So you can see that happening here with this complex protein that was actually in the Cas14 competition. You see it on the left-hand side, the ground truth in green and the prediction in blue, very much overlapping. And then on the right-hand side, you can see how AlphaFold 2 sort of iterates over 192 steps in this case to the final predicted structure, each time improving its accuracy.
Hi guys, welcome back.
Then with AlphaFold, once we had the system, of course, we wanted to make the maximum impact possible with it. And AlphaFold is not only very accurate, but it's also very fast. And we sort of quickly realized that it was fast enough to actually practically be able to fold all proteins known to science. So roughly over 200 million proteins that have we know the sequences for, and we would love to know the structures for. And so over the course of the next year, we on our computers, we basically folded all the 200 million proteins. We open sourced AlphaFold, and we built the AlphaFold database with our fantastic colleagues at the European Bioinformatics Institute. We provided the free and unrestricted access for everyone to use to all these predicted structures. Of course, we were cognizant about safety and ethics, so we consulted with our ethics experts before we put the database out to ensure that the benefits far outweighed any risks. And the impact so far is beyond what we could imagine.
Okay, guys.
2 million researchers from around the world make use of AlphaFold as prediction.
We'll have the new
citations, and it's very much become a kind of standard tool in the biology tool. Just a small sampling of some of the progress that AlphaFold has helped to accelerate across actually a huge range of problems. Some of my favorites, tackling plastic pollution with designing new enzymes, helping with neglected diseases for underfunded diseases that affect a lot of the poorer parts of the world, helping with fundamental structural biology, things like having structure that is more complex. Even just recently, just a couple of weeks ago, discovering new mechanisms in reproduction. And I think very much just at the beginning of the impact that programs like AlphaFold will make. Of course, we've been continuing on with developing AlphaFold, and just earlier this year we released the newest version of AlphaFold, AlphaFold 3. And this is also a big advance because with AlphaFold 2, you can think of it as essentially solving the static picture of a protein and what the structure of it looks like. But of course, we know that biology is incredibly dynamic, and actually all the interesting things happen in biology when different aspects of biology interact with each other. And AlphaFold 3 is our first step towards modeling the interactions and the dynamics. And it's actually able to model pairwise interactions between proteins and other proteins, but also proteins and RNA, proteins and DNA, and proteins and ligands. So this is a big step towards what one would need to use AlphaFold for things like drug discovery. So I just want to end with a last section on zooming out a bit and talking a little bit about the implications of this kind of work and some of our colleagues on the bigger picture of AI for scientific endeavor. So we take a step back and look at the essence of what our systems have been doing, both AlphaGo, AlphaFold, and some of the other systems that we've built. And really, we can describe them as finding the optimal solution in this enormous combinatorial search space. And we do that by learning a model of that environment, either from data or from simulation, and then using that model to guide a search process according to some kind of objective function that you're trying to optimize. And it turns out that this is a very general solution and that many problems can fit this approach. So I showed you earlier this tree diagram of finding the best Go move in a Go game, but one could easily switch out those nodes of Go positions for actually chemical compound designs. And now think about the tree of search that you're doing is finding the best molecule or the best drug compound through chemical space. And I think you could very much use the same kind of techniques that I've outlined here for this kind of problem. So that means, if we may be entering perhaps this new era of what I like to call digital biology. I've always thought of biology at its most fundamental level can be thought of as an information process. processing system, albeit a phenomenally complex and emergent one. And just, I think it's such a complex system, it's going to be hard to boil down the workings of biology to a few mathematical equations. So I think, maths has been an incredible tool to describe sort of description language for physical phenomena, for physics. And I think in the same way, AI may be potentially the perfect description language for biology. And we hope that AlphaFold is a kind of proof point that could, when we look back maybe in 10 or 20 years' time, maybe help usher in this new era of digital biology. And we're trying to contribute to that, where we recently spun out a couple of years ago Isomorphic Labs, a new company to build on AlphaFold and to reimagine the drug discovery process from first principles with AI. And perhaps we can reduce down drug discovery, which is an incredibly difficult and time-consuming, expensive process, down from years to perhaps months, or maybe even one day, weeks. And we sometimes think of this kind of accelerated process that I've just shown you with AlphaFold and the protein structures, and perhaps one day will happen with drug discovery, as sort of doing science at digital speed. And I've had a long-standing dream, actually, to think maybe one day be able to simulate a whole virtual cell, not just a protein or a couple of proteins interacting with each other, but an entire cell, and then those predictions would be useful for experimentalists. So perhaps I'll end then, given this is a Nobel lecture, I thought I would end with a couple of new, perhaps slightly provocative ideas in the spirit of Christian Andreessen and his 1972 lecture. So ever since doing AlphaGo, actually, I've been thinking a lot about what are the limits of classical systems, classical computing systems. And, I think there's a big debate going on at the moment in computing circles about quantum computers versus classical systems. And I think classical Turing machines, basically the underpinnings of modern computers today, I think can do a lot more than we probably previously thought. And how can they do that? Well, they do that by perhaps doing this massive amount of pre-compute ahead of time and use that to develop a good model of the environment, a good model of the problem that you're trying to solve. And then you can use this model to efficiently explore solution space in polynomial time, what's called polynomial time in complexity theory, so an efficient amount of time. So I sort of loosely proposed conjecture that I'm thinking about is that maybe any pattern or structure that can be generated or found in nature can be efficiently discovered and modeled by classical learning algorithms. That doesn't mean everything, all quantum systems, because there'll be lots of things that don't occur in nature that have no pattern or no underlying structure to learn. So, for example, factorizing large numbers or abstract things like that. But I think systems in nature, like proteins and perhaps materials, will potentially have structure that can be learned by these kinds of processes that I've outlined today. And if it turns out that classical systems then, therefore, can model some types of quantum systems, I think that could have some quite big implications for areas like complexity theory, including P equals MP, and maybe even some aspects of fundamental physics, like information theory. So with that, I just wanted to talk about the final piece, which is I've talked a lot about biology and life sciences, but actually we're doing a lot of work at DeepMind across the sciences, medicine, climate, mathematics. And here's just a little selection of some of the work we've done in the last few years, applying some of the AI techniques I've talked about today to medical areas like image analysis and diagnosis of medical images, genetic sequences and spotting missense variations, whether they're benign or pathogenic, controlling the fusion, the plasma in a fusion reactor, coming up with faster algorithms like matrix multiplication, state-of-the-art weather prediction systems, and the discovery of thousands of new materials that we've never seen before, all using AI as a fundamental tool underlying the sciences. So I think with this, we may be entering a new golden era of discovery, helped by these new types of powerful AI tools. Now, of course, I've worked my whole life on AI because I think it has the incredible potential to help with humanity's greatest challenges. But Also, AI is a dual-purpose technology, and it must be built responsibly and safely and be used for the benefit of everyone. And in order to do that, I think it's critical for scientists and technologists at the lead of this field to engage with a wide range of stakeholders, from government, academia, and civil society, to incorporate all the views of how these systems should be deployed and best used. And I think a technology as transformative as AGI will be, I think this will be akin to something like the invention of fire or electricity, requires exceptional care and foresight to steer us through the next stages of the development of this incredibly powerful technology. But if we're able to steward this technology safely through, then I think AGI could end up being the ultimate general purpose tool to help us understand the universe around us and our place in it. So I just want to end, of course, by thanking the amazing and incredible AlphaFold team, almost all of whom are here today, and the AlphaGo and AlphaZero teams, our wider colleagues at DeepMind and Google for all of their incredible support and infrastructure that supports all of this work that you've seen today. Our wonderful collaborators at EMBL EBI, the CASP community, and the PDB and experimental biology community. And of course, lastly and most importantly, I want to thank my wonderful family, closest friends and colleagues, all of whom are here today, for their love, support, and encouragement without which none of this would have been possible. Thank you.
Thank you for a fascinating talk. Our next laureate, our next speaker is Dr. John Jumper. So John Jumper was born in 1985 in Little Rock, Arkansas, USA. And he received his PhD in 2017 from the University of Chicago, Illinois, also in the United States. And he is at present Senior Research Scientist at Google DeepMind, London, UK. So please join me now in welcoming Dr. John Jumper for his Nobel lecture. This is good. I was a little bit nervous before my lecture, and this should fix it. Nothing. The technical check went excellently yesterday. Metaphor for AlphaFold development. Challenges along the way, but it worked out in the end. So it's absolutely wonderful to be here. It's truly an extraordinary honor to tell you about this work, to tell you about the work of our team in protein structure prediction. And the part that I'm going to focus on today in my lecture is how did we think about building chemistry and physics and biology into this neural network? How did we take AlphaFold from kind of standard machine learning into trying to build the machine learning of proteins, and why did it matter? And kind of a starting point for this, and really the starting point for my entry into biology, is I applied for one job and ended up getting another, and ended up working in this lab that worked on protein simulation, DuShaw research. And really thinking about how proteins move from a very, very direct reinforcing Newton's equations type of perspective. And there's such a direct way to put the physics into it. And so you think about these atomic systems, this kind of collection of atoms, you kind of throw away the electrons and try and replace them with still a good energy model that can be very, very directly used in order to compute forces, in order to update the positions, and to watch proteins move. And it's absolutely mesmerizing. And it's normally what people kind of think when they say, let us put physics into our protein computation, right? Let us think about the forces on atoms. Let us reduce it to, you know, as a young physicist, right? Your hydrogen atoms, your really well understood kind of physical principles, your van der Waals interactions, your Coulombic interactions. And people write down these kind of equations like you see on the right. This is from Michael Levitt's talk, and really a wonderful depiction of how people think about putting physics into simulation. And we have these kind of nice laws of motion. And if you look at it, you can see things, if you're a physicist, that you really recognize. You say, there is the physics. But if you look really closely, you might realize how much physics is missing. That all of these interactions are pairwise. For example, this is a non-polarizable model. What I love most about the depiction of the equations is that it is almost written in Comic Sans, right? It's written as if it's a kind of coarse and approximate description of the physics, which of course it is, and it's told us a lot. But there is so much more physics. It's really more like a machine learning model of a very particular and effective form, but that is very, very expensive to use. And it is a really interesting way to think about some of the physics, but maybe not others. And it's very, very deeply difficult to reach the types of timescales that we need in order to make predictions of processes like protein folding. And more importantly, even if you can drive one simulation out to the millisecond plus scale on which most folding occurs, you'll find that your model wasn't quite right, right? This is still a cartoon of the physics in some sense, fit with many parameters. And you need to change those parameters in order to make it more accurate. You need to fit this machine learning model, but it's so very expensive that it's very hard to do so. And so, in fact, if you look at a lot of what has been successful in protein structure prediction prior to AlphaFold and through AlphaFold 1 has been a machine learning point of view, and really in a homology point of view as well, that starts from this amazing resource, starts from the other side from the physics. We start from the observations, and of course it's the protein data bank, and both David and Dimas talked about how essential it is, so I'll assume you're convinced by now that this is a tremendous resource, and a tremendous amount of foresight went into it, making it available, collecting the full output of the structural biology community, and so that we can develop computational and test computational methods. And it grows at a rapid pace and grows at enormous investment. You know, I look at the left-hand side, we've crossed 200,000 structures in the PDB, and each one is something like a year of a student's time, someone that we're going to call doctor at the end of it. It's a truly incredible societal investment in these data, and it gives us another way to go after this. We can, of course, use machine learning, and there have been many approaches to develop machine learning for protein structure prediction. And one of the most successful paradigms would start from the other big source of information we have, protein sequences, would convert that into coevolution statistics, what type of residues vary together, and then use those in order to try and make some predictions about the structure that would then be fed into an engine to kind of turn it into a proper structure. And our AlphaFold 1 system was a very good example along this. And it uses a neural network that was really almost taken off the shelf. I think quite literally the same neural network design as was used for a computer vision project within DeepMind. And what it has is biological inputs, coevolutionary data, sequence data. It has geometric or physical outputs, the distances between proteins. And then, of course, we make many distance predictions in squared. So for 100 residue protein, we're making, or in squared over 2, we're making 50,000, if I did that math on the fly correctly, 5,000 predictions of protein distances, and then we try and harmonize them through a kind of we ended up with a very simple procedure. We had very complex procedures. There's a lot of kind of Leventhal-inspired search, and how do we really do search? Well, it turns out it was kind of gradient descent in the end. And I think what was interesting as we looked into AlphaFold 1, we had built it. It was a great system. It had some new ideas in terms of distances, but there was something actually really interesting and curious about it as we looked deeper. That sometimes AlphaFold 1 was very confident of the distances between different parts of the protein. I think the view going into this, or how coevolutionary data thought of maybe giving us some information about contacts. It was originally showed that close by residues tend to evolve in a coordinated fashion, and then it was shown that, using these data, you can sometimes find out close residues. But AlphaFold 1 would sometimes be incredibly confident that two residues were 13 angstroms apart, and that's quite a distance. That's kind of like saying, I am really sure that my friend is 178 meters away, right? You don't know that just by saying, I heard them. You know that because you know exactly where they are, and then you say it's 178 meters. And so similarly, we had some indication, even in AlphaFold 1, that maybe sometimes it was solving local parts of the structure. Understanding the geometry really well, and then it was reporting distances by basically measuring the geometry of this thing that it understood in the middle and had no way to tell us. So we had this kind of sign that there was something going on, that maybe these neural networks could do quite a bit more, but we were also held back by, bringing together two fields with an awkward interface, right? We had the incredible field of machine learning and all the ideas there, and then kind of in and out, we had, biology, geometry, but we didn't ever meld them. They weren't working together. And because of that, all of the understanding of geometry, biology, etc., well, almost all of it had to be learned from data, had to be learned from these, I think at the time, about 140,000 protein structures that we had available. So we were entirely dependent on the general learning capabilities of our general learning systems, and that's great, but that's not very data efficient. How can we take all of this kind of human knowledge that we have and build it into the system? And kind of the first stage of that is we wanted to get to something incredibly simple, not a you do all this processing and then you do all that processing and you have a little bit of machine learning in the middle. How do we just make it, this simple diagram? We'll start with a sequence on the left. We'll do a big neural network thing in the middle, and then we will end up with a structure on the right. And kind of getting to that really felt like it was going to be essential. We needed some way to do this, and we needed that thing in the middle to be inspired by physics and chemistry and geometry, and really build those ideas into the design of the network so that it could be more efficient with the data we had. And the way that we started doing this, and this was really shortly after AlphaFold 1 in late 2018, we started to say, well, let's just throw away the evolutionary information. It's good, but we really want to understand physics. We really want to understand geometry. And so we kind of went back to the beginning. And also, it's made our performance on almost all proteins terrible. And starting with terrible performance gives you a license to try weird ideas, because then your weird idea can be state of the art. And the other thing it did is it started to really get us thinking about, well, what is in proteins? What are in these protein chains? And I remember I've been working with, even back into my PhD thesis, this notion of geometric frames, that each residue has a side chain sticking out of it. And that residue is an important thing, where this points. How do we put orientation into it? And we started doing what we would call frames or reference frames. And we started to play originally with side chain prediction. And can you predict where side chains are? And actually you can do that really, really well with deep learning. And then we kind of thought more and more, well, how much further can we go? And we tried some ideas that looked more like kind of learned simulation. But then we found out actually that if you take an architecture that has some understanding of geometry, if you put some of this into the neural network, you can start to produce protein structures directly. You can put in a sequence and you can say the answer is this structure. And there were a couple of essential innovations along the way. Probably the most important was simply how you measure how correct your answer is. And in fact, we came up with the faith loss that says, how are these geometrically and orientationally related? And this started to work reasonably well. And actually, I remember before the first kind of direct structure prediction that worked, I had some idea that that actual folding, making structures, was going to be an imagination for the network. And so if you see the diagram on the bottom, this was essentially the diagram we had at the time, is maybe we'll do embedding, we'll think about the sequence, then we'll do a bunch of folding, and then we'll think about it some more and think about what we got, and we'll do it again and again. It ended up actually looking a lot like recycling. I didn't appreciate that until we put it into this talk. But we had this idea, we're going to build geometry as a kind of tool that the network is using in producing structures. But what we found is, in fact, that little folding bit already worked really surprisingly well. The answers were still really bad, but they looked like proteins. It was clearly handling the geometry of proteins immediately. And then only a week or two, maybe a month after this started to work, Rich had the idea of, well, we have all of these distance predictions from AlphaFold 1 sitting around. Why don't we just stick those into this geometric structure prediction network as well? And it looked a lot like the structure module, in fact, for the final AlphaFold 2. And so we would stick histograms into this and almost immediately got predictions that were nearly as good as AlphaFold 1. And so we had nothing but neural network components now. We had kind of stripped at least the geometry off the end and gone to what we knew we needed, the protein structure. But we still had the coevolution, in fact, the fixed network at the beginning. And of course, we tried many, many ideas for new geometric networks, and all of them were about the same accuracy. We pushed it up only a couple of GDT over this research and started to refer to what we called the histogram barrier, that we weren't going to get any better at this problem until we got better at making the histograms, until we eliminated our dependence on the AlphaFold 1 network. And in the same way as we had kind of reimagined how we built new components for the network for the end, we wanted to build new components at the beginning. We didn't want it to be dependent on both coevolution and this interpretation of coevolution in the pseudo-likelihood models. To do that, we started over and this was actually, we first tried what has now become popular, but we didn't really do big enough or deep enough versions of it, single sequence prediction. Can we just fill in the protein sequence and train models to do that and have that be some sort of way in which the model learns about sequence space and then go and predict distances? But pretty immediately we said, well, the multi-sequence alignment is still great. This still is telling us a lot about the evolutionary history of the protein. We know that it's highly relevant to structure. How can we use this? And so we started to train networks only on this, and in fact do what would be considered mass language modeling training now. We would call it BERT at the time. And we would just put in the raw MSA with a number of blanked out sections and said, guess what amino acid is here? And to do that, you have to understand a lot about both the evolution and the structure in order to guess which amino acids might be in the hidden locations. And this was a raw MSA kind of BERT network, BERT being the first major mass language modeling, so we called it Robert. And we also, I think, made a really consequential choice here, that the multi-sequence alignment, the collection of many, many protein sequences aligned such that each column is is an evolutionary related location, we decided to use axial attention being a way in which the whole sequence can talk to each other in some sort of averaging way. And this was semantic because we could say the sequences meant something. So attending over them is attending over different tips of the evolutionary tree. And the columns meant something different. They meant attending over this position over evolutionary time or cross evolutionary endpoints. And alternating those two is a very, very semantic way to think about processing evolution. And this worked extremely well. And so as soon as we had these and they started to work and they looked interesting, we kind of took the same convolutional networks and just basically attached it on top. And so we would run our MSA and would try and fill in the MSA, and then we would go send on what had been learned to this convolutional network we developed and predict histograms. And this worked exceptionally well. Suddenly this network was learning incredibly quickly. We had broken the histogram barrier. And immediately after that, so of course we would put this into direct folding, but almost immediately after that we said, well, okay, we've gotten some new interpretation of how to process evolutionary data. We've aligned the neural network to do that. Why don't we just attach that to our view of geometry? And so we would put the structure module on it, and we suddenly had end-to-end learning. We would start at almost the raw inputs, the aligned evolutionary data, and then we would produce a structure. Now, we asked it to do two subtasks along the way. Oh, by the way, fill in the MSA. Oh, by the way, make a histogram to keep the network, to give it, lots to think about, lots to do. But we almost immediately had end-to-end structure prediction in kind of early to mid 2019. And it became really clear that this was a great idea, that this also, it meant two things. One is that it was more accurate, it was more aligned. It also meant that it was very, very easy to train and test new ideas. And so we could have this incredibly creative period where we could try many, many ideas and, find out every day that your idea from yesterday was wrong, right? And try each of these. And machine learning is filled with failure. You have intuition and failure, much like lab experimentation. So you need to try many, many ideas to make it work. Now, the other thing we actually realized pretty quickly, and I was reading a paper on sparse transformers on how you can use attention on images. And they said, oh, well, it's a good idea to do axial attention, across the rows, down the columns. And we're sitting and reading that and realized, in fact, that the second part of processing, where we dealt with in-residue by in-residue matrices that represented kind of all pairs in the network that would end up being the histogram. Well, in fact, that is a very semantic operation. And if you think of it as a graph, we can attend all of the residues that relate to this one particular, or all of the pairs which attend to this one particular residue in either direction. And this was very semantic. And even better, we had already coded that up because it was good for the MSA. So we started to replace our convolutional networks with axial attention. It was much more aligned also because if you think about pairwise information, well, physics is pairwise only in its energies and only approximately, but the question of structure is highly non-pairwise, right? Things come together. There are many, many pair interactions, and you need all of those talking to each other, communicating. And so axial attention lets them communicate incredibly quickly, lets the network constantly refine its hypothesis rapidly. And the animations that Jim has showed of the structure prediction over layers, you can see how quickly it's changing its mind, it's updating its view, and axial attention is essentially what allows that, and that started to really drive enormous accuracy improvements. Now, and I'll only describe a couple of the ideas we used in the middle, but as soon as we had done that, we started to say, well, gee whiz, this process of putting physical and biological intuition into our neural networks is a great idea. Let's do more of it. Let's try all the ideas we can, always guided by what made our structure prediction at the end more accurate. How can we find new ways in order to orchestrate information flows that reflect our understanding of physics, that give the network the opportunity to do something more aligned with our understanding of physics? And so two of the really great ideas, one from Michael, who said, well, this whole thing of processing the evolution first and then trying to do the structure second, that doesn't entirely make sense, right? You want to think about the evolution in light of the structure, and of course you want to think of the structure in light of the evolution. So why don't we just process them both at the same time? And we had this clever scheme where the evolutionary information, the MSA over here, would come in, and as we were processing the sequences in the MSA, we would bias that information by what we believed about the structure, by making a connection into the structure. Similarly, whenever we learned something new about the MSA, we would drop that back into our representation of pairs or structures, and we created this conversation between what we would call two towers, but I've written it sideways, of the network that allowed it to engage in more precise semantic processing of this. And another idea that was come up with, this was one from Alex, is how do we, well, when we think about processing pairs of residues, right, you have, say, I and J as two residues, and then you might have I and K as another two, and those two are talking to each other. But what about the third edge of the triangle? What if we just put that in? And so we started to put in what we would call triangular attention, and very shortly after triangular multiplicative updates, and let us just build this also because we were inspired by this notion of, well, all of those have a strong relationship. They have the triangle inequality. There's something about all of those distances that must be interrelated. let's create the connections that let them talk, let them compute about this. And in fact, you can measure afterwards that including these triangular connections makes the final distance predictions more consistent with geometry, about fourfold greater agreement with or reduced violations of the triangle inequality by putting in these connections. And so we're always building, not literally, we're not writing the triangle inequality and forcing the network to use it, because that doesn't work very well. We're building the connections that make it more efficient to learn the things that we know. Now, as we, in fact, in 3 stages of the project, we came to this problem of it's not just about structure prediction, it's also about knowing when you're wrong. And the first time we came up on this was a clever idea of Rich's of, oh, well, let's also train AlphaFold on AlphaFold predicted structures, but just the good ones. And as soon as you say, but just the good ones, you have to say, well, how do I know if a structure is good? And the original answer, and from some other work done by, I think, Tim and David, is, well, why don't we figure out how much AlphaFold's histogram is very particular and confident? And we called this a kind of KL loss. And so we would filter and only use those structures or parts of structures where AlphaFold was really sure of what it was giving. Now, as we got further in the project, in fact, shortly before CAS, we made predictions for SARS-CoV-2. And we said, oh, well, we really need a loss function that tells us, or tells biologists what parts of these predictions can we trust. If we're going to make predictions from SARS-CoV-2 with our, still secret AlphaFold 2 system, or almost AlphaFold 2, we better tell them which parts are right. And so, and we said, well, all we really want to know, thinking about it, is, we want to know the correctness, which is typically measured by LDDT, is one of the measures of correctness. And so can we just predict that? And we put almost nothing but a head that says predicts LDDT. And sure enough, that was extremely accurate and became incredibly important after we released. I remember biologists talking about this on Twitter, and they very quickly noticed these confidence measures are really, really reliable, tell you when you should use these structures, and started to say things like, if it's blue, it's true, where blue is our confident color. And it's so important because we can't really afford to have unidentified hallucination. You can have hallucination if you say, I don't think this is right, or maybe this is right. But you really do need to tell biologists who are about to do days, weeks, months of experiments based on what they just saw. You need to tell them if your network believes it. And the final confidence measure actually came up due to a reviewer comment who said, well, predicting LDDT is good and all, but it's a very local measure, and I think TM score is a lot better. Can you predict TM score? And started to sit down and write, no, that's not how this works. And it's like, well, if we predict this and predict these kinds of measures and predict a pairwise measure of whether things are correct, then actually we can tell you what the TM score is predicted to be. And more importantly, this pairwise matrix tells you, a big complex neural network prediction isn't right or wrong. It has a set of hypotheses. Do you really believe these 2 parts of the protein are near each other? And so we could report that. And I think one of the kind of great and pleasant surprises of the AlphaFold release is how well biologists have used these notions of confidence to inform their research. How much they really do kind of not trust entirely, try and trust in proportion to how it should be used, these systems, and really deploy it responsibly in their research. And I've been so impressed, and they've been so good at that. It was something that I was very worried about, would they simply trust everything, right? These are predictions. Now, there are many, many other ideas I haven't told you about. I listed some up here. There are many, many more. Ask the AlphaFold team members in this audience to tell you some great stories. But which parts of it matter? And so after we finished and we were writing our paper, we said, well, can we just knock out ideas and see which ones matter? In the machine learning community, this is called ablations. And so as we moved ideas, I remember we had trouble breaking AlphaFold 2. We found every idea was worth something, and no idea was dominant. And I think this really reflects that there isn't one silver bullet of bringing physical and chemical intuition into the network. There are many, many ways in which you align it, and every one makes you more efficient. In fact, Mohammed Al-Qureshi's lab trained an AlphaFold 2 reproduction on about 1% of the PDB and found it as accurate as AlphaFold 1. That building these intuitions into the network is about worth 100-fold in data. So we are amplifying our usage of the precious experimental data we have by 100-fold by building these ideas in, by doing new types of machine learning. We, of course, make this available in partnership with EBI, who've been incredible partners in making a huge number of structure predictions available, enabling new research. I love research, for example, that finds an unknown density in a experimental cryo-EM structure, and then searches through AlphaFold database to find, oh, well, this protein matches in shape and confirms it with biochemical experiments. There's so much more we can do, and we're ultimately closing what has been an enormous gap. That protein sequences are discovered at about 3,000 times faster than protein structures are determined. And we need machine learning to close that gap, and also to bring kind of the importance of protein structure not just to humans, but people that study plants, people that study pathogens, all of those different underinvested areas. And I think it's so exciting to see people use it. Now, finally, and I want to acknowledge very, very much, this is the work of a team and the best team that I've ever worked with. And I decided not to use the pandemic one of us all as squares on Zoom, but for most of the work, it was shoulder to shoulder. And these are really a wonderful group of people. And if you get a chance, ask them to tell you some of the stories. They are truly wonderful. And I want to acknowledge everyone who contributed. There was really a huge effort across many areas. The core team was about 15 or 18, but the support we got from the rest of DeepMind, from the wider community, was exceptional. Our collaborators, of course, at EBI, CAST, who not just kind of assessed and showed the world how you should assess computational science, but really helped to define the problem. You know, brought us GDT and other measures that really, really matter, and our research is deeply indebted to them, showing what works and showing how you should measure it. And of course, the experimental community, and I hope some of the people in this room on whose structures we trained. Thank you.
Okay, please join me now in welcoming all three chemistry laureates up on stage.
She was 16 the first time she had her heart broken. Truth is, I've never had mine. Now she goes on vacation in expensive places to get away from her mind. I don't mean to be rude. There's things in myself that I see in you. Lonely eyes, she had those lonely eyes. I only know 'cause I have them too. Lonely eyes, no, you don't have to hide the things you feel inside. I feel too. 'Cause I'm lonely just like you. 'Cause I'm lonely just like you. Basking all of the silence in between our eyelids. Where you are, I'm right there. We might speak different languages, We might have differences, but where you are, I'm not there too. I don't mean to be rude. There's things in myself that I see in you. Lonely eyes, yeah, those lonely eyes. I only know 'cause I have them too. Lonely eyes, no, you don't have to hide the things you feel inside. I feel too. 'Cause I'm lonely just like you. 'Cause I'm lonely just like you. 'Cause I'm lonely just like you. Stay the night, stay the week. When you're gone, I don't sleep. When you're gone, I feel weak. Oh. Stay the night, stay the week. When you're gone, I don't sleep. When you're gone, I feel weak. Lonely eyes, she has those lonely eyes. I only know 已放下，再头也不回的成为曾厌恶的模样。谁可以告诉我，要怎么往前走？难道只有我觉得心在痛？不是心的追求，却迷失在城市中。谁可以告诉我，是怎样的借口，才让我倔强爱了所有？在恋爱的时候，你再也不曾想起我。难道只有我觉得？难道只有我觉得？难道只有我觉得？午后大雨落下，爱不断刺痛的伤，原来它从没有结痂。你是否已放下，再头也不回的成为曾厌恶的模样？谁可以告诉我，要怎么往前走？难道只有我觉得心在痛？不是心的追求，却迷失在城市中。谁可以告诉我，是怎样的借口，才让我倔强爱了所有？在恋爱的时候，你再也不曾想起我。难道只有我觉得？难道只有我觉得？难道只有我觉得？She was 16 the first time she had her heart broken. Truth is, I've never had mine. Now she goes on vacation in expensive places to get away from her mind. I don't mean to be rude. There's things in myself I see. Lonely eyes, she had those lonely eyes. I only know 'cause I have them too. Lonely eyes, no you don't have to hide the things you feel inside. I feel it too. 'Cause I'm lonely just like you. 'Cause I'm lonely just like you. Asking all of the silence in between our eyelids. Where you are, I'm right there too. We might speak different languages, and we might have differences. Where you are, I'm right there too. I don't mean to be rude. There's things in myself I see in you. Lonely eyes, she had those lonely eyes. I only know 'cause I have them too. Lonely eyes, no you don't have to hide the things you feel inside. I feel it too. 'Cause I'm lonely just like you. 'Cause I'm lonely just like you. 'Cause I'm lonely just like you. Searching for the source of it, that wave of wind swept away all. And still, all I can feel is your touch in the cold air of the morning. I feel real when I'm around you. Bring me back to a time when love meant something. And still, all I can feel is your touch in the cold air of the morning. And still, all I can feel is your touch in the cold air of the morning. I feel real when I'm around you. Bring me back to a time when love meant something. Is it what you wanted? Did you even try? see you falling. It's the last time that I turn a blind eye. Yeah. I can see your fading, like a memory. And I'm tired of waiting. It's the last time that I let you leave. How deep is shallow water? How high is too high? I feel it pull me under. Just another touch. How deep is shallow water? How high is too high? I feel it pull me under. Just another touch. Yeah, I got my head down, and I can't see out. No, and it pulls me out. Can't see the light from the dark, I know now. How deep is shallow water? How high is too high? I feel it pull me under. Just another touch. How deep is shallow water? How high is too high? I feel it pull me under. Just another touch. Take your time, it's all that you have to give. Make this life, it's all that you have to spend. And forget everything that you love. Love, go away, there's no way back. It's all that you have to give. Make this life, it's all that you have to spend. Forget everything that you love. Love, go away, there's no way back. Take your time, it's all that you have to give. Make this life, it's all that you have to spend. And forget everything that you loved. Love, don't wait, there's no way back. feels, how you shaping up. What felt good, you can't make it up. Are you safe in love? Safe in love. What felt good, you can't make it up. From what I hear, there's no hope in us. And all I see is you changing up. Are you safe in love? Safe in love. No more feels like you're safe in love.
Radio check, radio check. Ah, the sun. Ah. Oh, that's marginally better. Okay. That's an option. Okay. Radio check. Hey, admin 1. Danish. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to Racing Statistics. Arj, yeah, for the season finale. Yes, yes. We had to make it to the end. We could not miss this one. Even though there's not much at play, we still could not miss this one. It's just a matter of, traditions. So, hello, Paula. Hi, Jos. Hello, Wired. Hi, Grash. Hello, Akinesh. D6. Hello. Last race. Yes, last race, Peter. Hey, how are you feeling? Finally, the season has come to an end. it's been a long time coming. I felt like this one was lasting forever. Yeah, so 24 races, the longest season ever in history. It's 24 races is way too much, dude. It's way too much. I remember when we had 18 races, that we had a race almost every other weekend. It was fantastic. It was fantastic. Yeah, so I just woke up half an hour ago. So yeah, I went to bed. It's almost 10, but I went to bed at 3 a.m. last night. So yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Hoping this will be a good race. Hoping this will be a decent race. It's a very important one for many reasons. Yeah, so it's an important race because it's Hamilton's last race for Mercedes. It's Sainz's last race for Ferrari. It's Hülkenberg's last race for Haas, the team that made him come back into Formula One, and now that is extending that. It's K-Mag's last race in Formula One after 11 seasons, I think. Yes, because it was 12 years, but he skipped 2 years, so 10 seasons. Yeah, he skipped 2016. No, 2015. And 2022, I think it was. And Franco Colapito's last race as well, which is, yeah, a shame. But we have a few penalties before. Yeah. It's been a hell of a ride. I remember when I first started, the fact that I was so damn nervous that I was like, what am I going to say? How am I going to fill the air? What am I going to do? If you go back to my first races, they were really bad. Really bad. But after 5 years of doing this, I think it's become easier, It's become easier. And of course, with the help of you guys there in the chat, being here weekend in and weekend out, it's made it much more enjoyable, of course. It's the reason that I kept coming back weekend after weekend. Even this season that, as you all know, has been really tough for me to continue watching Formula One. Yeah, it's been the reason that I kept coming back. So yeah, but at the end of this one, it'll be it for quite a bit. And who knows what the future will bring? I never know. You never know what can happen. But yeah. Last race for Rolex as a sponsor. Really? I didn't know that. So happy it ended so I can focus towards. Yeah, that's also the sentiment. That's also the feeling. The fact that it's finally over. The season becomes longer, and the weekend, because now you got to start watching F1 from Friday, and also Saturday morning, also Saturday afternoon, and also Sunday. So it's a bit overwhelming, and it's usually not that good. So penalties for today. We've got the 3 drivers starting from the back, both of the Williams and Leclerc. The Williams have changed their gearboxes, and Leclerc has taken a 10-place grid drop because of an MGUH. I think MGUH component. So yeah, they will be dropping back, and Hamilton after yesterday's bad qualifying will also be starting from the back. The strategy for this race is pretty clear cut. It's going to be from mediums to hard, or from hards to mediums. It's going to be a one stop. Even Mario Isola has said that the soft compound tire that this weekend is the C3. No. Yeah, I think it's the C3. He said it's a one lap compound, so unless we see a very late safety car or something like that, yeah, we are not going to see the soft tire today. I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you too, guys. I'm gonna miss you too. But you know, here occasionally to the chat. Yeah, I need to unwind. I need to get back there from F1 at least for a few months, and that includes commentating as well. Because honestly, this season, apart from a few particular races, Qatar was pretty fun. Brazil was, of course, fantastic service. But it was excruciating. It was really excruciating, and the pinnacle of it, as I said yesterday, was the Zandvoort Grand Prix. That's where I just considered, you know, throwing the towel. Yeah, throwing up the towel and just throwing up. No, throwing out the towel. Wouldn't want to throw up a towel. Throwing out the towel and, you know, just saying I'm done. Really, I'm done. But I still had like 15 more races to go of the never-ending season. Thank you, Carolyn. It is very greatly appreciated. No, Klaus, I'm not going to be a full-time commentator next season. Yeah, it's a decision that's already been made. And also, it'll let me focus on some other stuff, which is good. Next year we'll be busy. I need more time to learn Italian and French, says Saginich. Well, it's one of the things I want to pick up again. I want to pick up German again. I want to start playing the drums, something that I wanted to do for many years, and now and the time and the money to do so. It doesn't mean I will, you know. Yeah. Hi, Ivana, how are you? Can we actually see the races, Fatima? No, that's illegal. You won't find the race stream anywhere in YouTube. This is the Please, can you replace Crofty at Sky Sports? Well, I'm open for it. I don't know if they want me, but sure. I mean, if it came with a big salary and the possibility to travel the world, sure, I'll continue commentating. No problem. When will you graduate? Well, actually, I finished university. I have had all my finals, all my exams, everything already. On Thursday was my last final. I got a 10, so it's a good way to finish off. And yeah, now I have just my thesis that you guys helped me with, that I'm very grateful for, and that I will be using the data that you guys gave me. Oh, no, so it's the C5 that's softest, not the C3. So I thought we were using C1 and C3 this race. Okay, well, that explains exactly why the C5 is not a race tire. Yeah, I'll hopefully be doing that on January and February. So, starting on 20th place with Colapinto next to Leclerc, both with penalties. So has Alex Albon with starting P18 next to Jack Doohan, P17 for the rookie. On his first race, P16 for Lewis Hamilton, right behind Zhou Wan Yu. Final race for him as well. Kevin Magnussen will be starting 14th next to Lance Stroll, bastante retrasado Stroll. P12 for Liam Lawson next to Yuki Tsunoda on P11. P10 will be for Sergio Checo Perez, starting his race as well in Formula One for Red Bull, next to Valtteri Bottas in his last race for Sauber. Fernando Alonso will be starting in 8th place next to Nico Hülkenberg, who got a 3-place grid drop, P7 then for Nico Hülkenberg, next to George Russell in 6th place, Pierre Gasly 5th, next to Max Verstappen on the second row. Max Verstappen starts alongside Carlos Sainz, and then at the front row we got McLaren, Oscar Piastri next to Lando Norris. I'm gonna need to go get a little bit more water. Yeah, because I have less than half a glass. I'm pretty thirsty because I just woke up. I didn't even have breakfast, and we have 2 hours to go. Hey, bandera de Argentina, vamos Argentina. Okay, so I'll be right back. Just a second. Okay, there we go. Yeah, tire covers are coming off for the start of the formation lap. Is Perez officially out now? No, unofficially out. No one wants him there. He wants to stay there because he says he's going to be world champion next season. It's not going to happen. Positions 4 and 5 are Vegas. I know. I know. I sent it to my friends just look at this. Vegas. It means dicks in Spanish. Oh, and also, I don't know if you guys saw, but we got renders and leaks of R25, the Aston Martin for next season. Look.
Honorable laureates, excellencies, dear colleagues and dear students, ladies and gentlemen. If we look around the world, we see huge differences in income across countries. In some countries, people are mostly rich, and in other countries, people are mostly poor. And it's not only about money. Living standards in general, access to health and education, the level of corruption, and perception of life satisfaction varies dramatically across countries. Why do these huge differences exist? And why don't they disappear? Why don't countries with ill-functioning institutions simply copy more successful countries, which could provide better living conditions for everyone? It's hard to think about more important questions than this. But these questions are also very hard to answer. Are good societal institutions the result of economic progress? Or is it vice versa, that good institutions cause economic growth? Or is it that good institutions, economic and social progress, develops together, more or less automatically, slowly, but nevertheless? This year's laureates in the economic sciences, Daron Acemoglu, Simon Johnson, and James Robinson, have demonstrated how important society and institutions are for the prosperity of a country. Lack of rule of law and exploitation of the masses are detrimental for growth, but they can prevail for a very long time. The laureates help us understand why this is the case. A key piece of evidence used by the laureates to establish a causal relationship from institutions to prosperity is built on the fact that Europeans, when they colonized large parts of the world many centuries ago, they dramatically changed the institutions, but not in the same way everywhere. In some parts of the world, the purpose was exploitation of the people and expropriation of natural resources. In others, it was the building of new states to the long run benefits of settlers. The laureates have shown that the consequences of these differences are still highly visible. Those countries where inclusive institutions were built are now rich, much richer, while the ones where exploiting institutions were built are poor. The laureates have explained that such bad institutions provide short-run benefits to a ruling elite. Although the introduction of more inclusive institutions, less exploitation, and the rule of law could provide benefits to everyone, the rulers cannot credibly promise not to steal the fruits of these changes later on. Thus, the society can get stuck in a situation with bad institutions, poverty among the masses and the rich elite. But the laureates have also shown that there is hope. Democratization and the building of more inclusive institutions have happened, and they can happen again. So it's a great honor for me to present this year's laureates, and the first lecture will be given by Daron Acemoglu, Institute Professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Please, Daron, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. It's such a great honor to be here to deliver the 2024, one of the 2024 Nobel lectures, in large part because it means we've been awarded the Nobel Prize, which is a fantastic honor. But rather than talk more about my joy about this, let me delve in and talk about institutions, technology, and prosperity. I'm going to take this opportunity to tell you a little bit about how I got interested in those questions, how Simon, Jim, and I approached them, but also provide a framework that I think is useful for thinking not just about history, but about some questions of import today. What drew me to economics can be seen from this picture. Even as a teenager, I became aware that there were huge differences across countries. So, for example, in this map, if you look at the countries that are shown in dark blue, which are the 12 richest countries or 12 richest countries that make up about the top 10% of the distribution by GDP per capita around the world, they are about 63 times as rich as the countries shown in the lightest color. That's a staggering gap in a hyper-connected, globalized world, and it constitutes, to me, one of the most puzzling, but one of the most exciting questions of social science. Even as a teenager, I had reason to link this to politics because I was growing up in Turkey when, shortly after the country had undergone a coup and freedoms were suppressed. Soldiers were everywhere, even at the gate of our school. And I came to wonder whether political issues were related to the economic problems that the country was experiencing at the time, such as unemployment, inflation, stagnation, and whether they were related to the issues that I was also observing around the world in my little capacity that I had as a teenager. So today we would say that those issues are related to institutions, broadly speaking, property rights, laws, regulations, political arrangements that influence the distribution of political power, who has political power, how that can be exercised, and the distribution of economic resources, which shape incentives and opportunities. You can see on the right a huge variation in institutions, however you measure them. Here I'm using the World Bank's index of rule of law, equality before the law, and you can see some countries clustered at the bottom. I'm showing them in purple, and some at the very end showing in green. We call those different institutions, extractive and inclusive, just to have a label, extractive institutions centrally are those that concentrate economic and political power in the hands of a small segment of society without putting much constraints on it, and that enable extraction of resources, tilting of the playing field in favor of those at the expense of others. Inclusive institutions, so the polar opposite, they distribute economic and political power and opportunities more broadly. You can see a strong correlation with GDP per capita, but correlation, of course, is not causation. In the parlance of economics, we would say institutions are endogenous. It may well be that, as John said, rich countries demand or can afford better institutions, whatever dimension of it you focus on. Or it could be that there are some other omitted factors that are responsible, that influence both prosperity and various dimensions of institutions. These ideas go back a long time. Montesquieu was one of the people who eloquently, although idiosyncratically, identified one version of it, which we later refer to as the geography hypothesis. He wrote, "The heat of the climate may be so excessive as to deprive the body of all vigor and strength," and continued, "Slavery is more supportable than the force and vigor of mind necessary for human conduct." From this, Montesquieu concluded that his theory of separation of powers and republican forms, constitutional forms, was applicable to people who lived in cold climates, but not to those in hot climates who deserved and would end up with despotism. So perhaps that's what we're seeing. How can we cut through this quagmire? Well, you need institutions, and you need context, and you need theory. So European colonial history seemed like an ideal lab for us, not just because it's one of the most formative events of the last millennium, but because, as the figure I showed already indicates, and I'll go back to it, the range of institutions you see in the former colonies spans the whole spectrum. So here, the countries that I picked at the bottom and the top, and they're not the only ones, by the way, are all former colonies. So you see this variation in the colonial sample as you see in the whole world. But also, we need a much more specific theory, in fact, a two-layer theory. First, about how institutions evolve and influence economic outcomes. And secondly, about why institutions vary. Why do you see that whole range of differences in the colonial world in terms of various dimensions of institutions? And that's the heart of what, in a more fancy way, econometricians, statisticians, economists would call instrumental variable strategy, meaning to identify historically a source of variation that you can then exploit to explore the causal effect of institutions. So let me talk a little bit about that theory in a schematic form. Here is one representation. Political institutions and the distribution of resources are what I call state variables. They come from the past, not in an unchanged form, but they come from the past, and they influence de jure political power and de facto political power. De jure political power allocated by political institutions is, who gets to vote, what are the rights, what are the representation, what are the constraints, and so on. But the reality is that a lot of politics is not just about what is written on parchment, but it's about the reality of politics, how you form coalitions, how you influence others, how you use military resources, threats, and so on. Unfortunately, a very real part of institutions in reality. And it's the sum total of de jure power and de facto power coming from who is rich, who is poor, who is enabled, who is empowered, that determines collective decisions. And the collective decisions that we most care about are about institutions. Economic institutions are shaped by this struggle. And the red arrow there is what we're interested in. It's the impact of economic institutions on economic performance, something like aggregates like GDP per capita growth, but also who gets the benefits, the distribution of resources in the future. And also the sum total of de jure and de facto political power also shape the evolution of institutions. Institutions are persistent, but they also change. There's nothing historically stasis about political institutions. When we come to thinking about why was it that big variation existed between countries that were colonized by Europeans, we need a sort of a perspective too. And the way that Simon and Jim and I thought about this is summarized in the schema. But here, let me start from the end, ROD, which is the link from current institutions to current performance. That's what we're interested in estimating. Link C from early institutions to current institutions is like, how do colonial institutions, arrangements, power, and so on affect the organization of these societies today? And link B was the heart of our theory, or one part of the heart of our theory, which is the co-determination of settlements and early institutions. Europeans settled in some places and set rule, or just try to rule with a few people there over a large indigenous population. But of course, settlements themselves are determined endogenously. People were more likely to settle in places that offered greater riches. So the approach that we developed was to look for something that would in turn be more exogenous to these dynamics, but still influence these settlements. And that was, of course, the local disease environment. Europeans had almost no immunity to yellow fever, malaria, many gastrointestinal diseases from the semi-tropical areas. So in some places where such diseases were absent, living conditions were more comfortable, healthier than even in Europe. But in some places, Africa, Central America, parts of Asia, Europeans faced staggeringly high mortality rates. So the chain of causation, therefore, is from these local conditions to settlements, co-determining institutions, which in a way that I'm going to explain in a little bit once I provide the framework, then those persisting to some extent to current institutions, and then enabling us to estimate that link D. But the key here is what econometricians we would call exclusion restriction, meaning that this potential settler mortality that Europeans faced at the time was not directly affecting current performance, but it's affecting through these channels. So that's the theory plus data. And in our case, that's plausible because the lack of theory of disease about these infectious diseases and those immunities, those are in the past hundreds of years ago. So now the main channel is through these things. So of course, a hard part of any empirical project is the data. So once we collected the data, we cleaned it and developed some degree of trust in it. So we looked at a figure like this, which you would call the first stage of this instrumental variable strategy, meaning the relationship between the endogenous variable that we're interested in. Again, I'm using the rule of law. Doesn't matter much which index of settler potential in the colonial era. Potential here I'm emphasizing because in some places Europeans didn't actually settle. So these are numbers from military expeditions and such so on. And you see a very strong relationship here, which when we first discovered it, this was the eureka moment for us. Oh my God, there is something here that's actually pretty big. So there is some quite high degree of projection of these current day institutions to long ago settler mortality rates. But our eureka turned into euphoria when we looked at this, which we call the reduced form, meaning this is the relationship between this source of variation, potential settler mortality, and the outcome of interest, GDP per capita today, as a result of these cumulative development process. You see a very strong relationship. Almost 50% of the variation is still projecting on these historical variables. And the exclusion restriction that I mentioned essentially says this is all working through those channels that I highlighted, not through some direct effect of this settler mortality. So put these two together, and this is the bottom line. The horizontal axis is again the rule of law index from the World Bank, and on the GDP on the vertical axis I have GDP per capita. But this is not the correlation that I showed you earlier. It is our estimate of the causal effect of institutions superimposed over this cloud, and it's the causal effect that we estimate through assumptions and using the combination of theory and data. From the beginning, my interest in economics was in technology, how it's shaped, how it influences growth, including inequality, who benefits from growth. And Simon, Jim, and I is, of course, one of the major channels via which institutional arrangements mattered, was by encouraging or discouraging technology adoption, how inefficiently the economy was organized. And I talk about those, but I'm showing two summary measures again as the IB estimate using the same procedure that I described before. Again, these are not correlations, but these estimates superimposed on the data. On the left, I'm using a favorite measure of economists, total factor productivity. Look at those GDP per capita differences, but take out what is due to machinery, investments in physical capital, investments in human capital, what left the residual. That again projects onto the GDP onto institutional variables instrumented, exploiting this exogenous source of variation. And on the right, a different measure that looks at the technology composition of exports. What is the fraction of exports of a country that are in products that are classified as advanced technology products by the Census Bureau? Again, you see a high projection. So whatever is working by co-determining technology efficiency of production and GDP per capita. So to think about these, what I'm going to do is now I'm going to present a framework. And the point of this framework is to reinterpret our work, including the colonial context, but also help us think more about institutional change and institutional persistence, but also shed light on some questions of relevance today. For example, how we are going to adapt, benefit or not benefit from a slew of new technologies we're experiencing in the context of AI. The centerpiece of this is what I'm going to call the Utility Technology Possibilities Frontier, UTPF, and this is going to describe how various social choices determine the distribution of utility income between different groups. And using this framework, I can talk about factors that shift the frontier, more or less efficiency, for example, technology, factors that move us along the frontier, and the role of technologies, especially in shifting the frontier. But also this framework is going to be useful for delineating the causes of institutional persistence and institutional change. So here is what a UTPF would look like in an extremely simple world with just two groups, which I've labeled poor and rich, just for concreteness. You can think of the rich as the colonialists, landowners, capitalists, or poor as indigenous population, peasants, or workers, depending on context. And think of the rich as being initially politically more powerful. The utility of the rich is on the vertical axis, that of the poor on the horizontal axis. So you see the frontier, the downward sloping part of it, which is saying, well, along this frontier, you can either provide more utility, more income to the poor, or more to the rich. So let's get into the details a little bit and think about the moves and shifts and try to illustrate what this actually means. And here I have shown first along the blue frontier a move. There are 2 points there, B and A, and this is the trade-off that I was already hinting at. Point B has higher payoff for the poor and lower payoff for the rich, and A, higher payoff for the rich and relatively lower payoff for the poor, as you can see from the projections on the horizontal and the vertical axis. What does this mean? So, for example, point B might be unions are strong, they negotiate high wages, and that leaves less money for the capital owners and perhaps the managers. But then moves along the frontiers are about the balance of power. If your unions weaken, that means less bargaining, lower wages, and profits increase, wages fall, and that is the move along the frontier from point B to A. But in the colonial period, in our work, for example, in Why Nations Fail with Jim, we emphasize a lot blocking of technology, use of inefficient technology. That's about shifts of the frontier, which has quite major consequences for the capacity of the economy to generate economic growth. So is the shifts of the institutions as well as the moves along it, and so institutions shifting the frontier. Why would that be? So hold up, that's one potential label you can give to the fact that the politically powerful groups cannot refrain from extracting the income of others in the population, which will then discourage investment, innovation, economic participation by these other groups. This is very much about institutions. Why? Because when they do such extraction, that's a violation of the property rights of others or taking away opportunities. It is the political institutions in part that determine whether they can do so or not. Constraints on the exercise of power would generate this sort of hold up and take. In a lot of our work, we also thought about state capacity, the ability of the state to achieve its objectives, including enforcing laws and regulations. Extractive institutions also heighten conflict, and in doing so, they often erode or prevent the building up of state capacity. They sometimes lead to the collapse of state capacity. That's another channel by which we get the kind of shifts from the blue to the red frontier, from the better to the worse frontier. some of my work recently is thinking about experimentation and the building of collective knowledge. Institutions are particularly important in this context, but I'm not going to have much time to talk about it, but I just paid lip service to it. But I'm going to spend a little bit more time on two channels that Jim and I emphasized in our work, which we called economic losers and political losers, which explain how this is being co-determined. So imagine we start at point C with the rich elite being powerful and getting a pretty good deal in terms of economics. For example, they control some monopolies. It's inefficient. So you can dismantle the monopolies and the distortion is reduced. There's more competition. So you shift from the red to the blue frontier, or you introduce a new technology. But when you go to the blue frontier, the incomes of those who were previously benefiting from the monopolies, some of the politically most powerful people, will be eroded. New technologies may require new talents, new comparative advantages. It won't be the existing elite that benefit from them. So that might take us to point B, and we don't have the fiscal tools such as lump sum taxes to efficiently distribute these resources back. So if that's the case, from the point of view of the rich elite, you have a move from point C to point B, a good shift, but also losing of your economic rents and economic sources of benefit. And point C compared to point B, and look at the whole vertical projections of these, and you'll see actually the society as a whole gains, but the elite loses out. That's the economic losers mechanism. So the fact that they are going to lose their economic privilege makes them reticent to embrace institutional change or new technology, or it might even force them sometimes to choose worse institutions when better ones are available. But the problem is not just about fiscal tools. And in fact, the political losers, what we call the political losers mechanism, is, we believe, is more fundamental. So here again, we start at C, the same monopolies, the same bad technology, and better alternatives are available. We shift to the blue frontier, but now the instruments are available, so you don't have to go to point B. You can go to point A. The best of all worlds, both the rich elite and the citizens benefit. But here is the catch: change, economic change begets political change. This is what Jim and I called in Why Nations Fail political creative destruction. Some discontent is created that creates political instability, or even more importantly, the foundation of the political power of the elite may be eroded by economic change. So as a result, you expect the flow, you lose political power, and once you lose political power, the same fiscal tools are now turned against you. So you start traveling from point A to B. So the choice may be between C all the time versus A today versus B tomorrow. And if you expect to lose a lot from your loss of political control, you will be in this political losers situation. You oppose political change because of fear of lose of political control. So we think is more fundamental, and in fact, it's very much interwoven with the theory of economic change, the theory of political change that John mentioned, how democracy emerges sometimes peacefully. It's about the ability of different people to make concessions and arrange the gains from economic interaction. So again, start at point C, but remember that the elite controls institutional power, de jure power, but sometimes the more numerous rest of society may get de facto power. They may solve their collective action problem. They may pose a revolutionary threat. And when that happens, the situation is dire, so you have to make some concessions to save off that revolution as an elite. So that concession may be moved from point C to point B. The elite still controls de jure power, but that's now a disadvantage because they're making a concessions, but everybody understands that those concessions are temporary. The revolutionary threat is here tomorrow, here today, gone tomorrow. And when that threat goes, you will draw back those concessions. So go back from point B to point C. So what do you do with this? So one way of dealing with this situation is to actually change the distribution of de jure power. Institutional change is a commitment to actually making these concessions more durable. So that was the heart of our explanation. And this is what, for example, the British politicians in the context of the First Reform Act, the first major piece of democratic legislation in the 19th century, when Grey introduced to the Parliament, the principle of my reform is to prevent the necessity. Frames the way that we thought about the colonial years. So let me talk a little bit about the colonial era. Understanding extractive institutions is quite straightforward. colonial institutions were characterized by a huge imbalance of power, militarily and otherwise, in the hands of the Europeans, but limited fiscal tools for extraction that would be more efficient. So they set up hugely inefficient, hugely repressive monopolies, extractions, coercion systems for labor extraction, and a small elite ruling over a large landmass and large population. Political control was paramount in their mind. So political losers mechanism was central. So it's no surprise to us from this framework that you ended up with highly extractive institutions in the colonial era in all of these places which the Europeans tried to control, especially in the places they didn't settle. But why different in the settler colonies? Not because Europeans became with better models of democracy and implemented them, and not because colonial authorities had different designs. In fact, we documented that they tried to do often the same things as they did in the Spanish America, in North America. But it didn't succeed. It didn't succeed because the balance of power was not as skewed. First of all, the settlers could move to other places, the open frontier, in this often relatively empty land compared to places like the Inca, Aztecs, or India. But also European colonial authorities were less willing to exact the same violent repression on Europeans as on the native population. So that more balance also meant that often they had to make concessions to the lower strata, which were these indentured servants and so on. You see that in the Jamestown colony in Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Australia. First, more inclusive, a little more inclusive economic institutions, more inclusive political institutions, some legislatures, and so on. And that kick-started a very different process. But if I want to talk more about the colonial era and other episodes, another concept that is useful, and I'll introduce that briefly. This is what we call critical junctures, periods of disruption because of demographic change, new economic opportunities, new technologies that create room for both institutional and economic change. And the way that I conceptualize that is something that leads to major divergences from small differences. And so again, look at the frontier. With the red, I'm showing the frontier under extractive institutions. The blue is the shift, the better frontier when you have more inclusive institutions, but in regular times. But small change becomes much amplified during these critical junctures. So that's why I am drawing in green what the same institutions would achieve during this period of critical juncture. Why? There are no new opportunities. So changes now enable much more beneficial variations in terms of economics, in terms of who runs the firms and who invests and who innovates and so on. But critical junctures are also times of institutional divergence. If you try to increase repression in order to deal with these new opportunities, new instabilities, that's a shift inwards. That's the black frontier. Path-dependent, but also very divergent change is how we try to conceptualize it. And you see, once you do this, new commonalities, for example, between colonialism and the spread of industrialization. In colonialism, it was these small differences that led to huge variations in terms of institutions. Before Europeans arrived, there were differences in terms of institutions, in terms of some civilizations that were pretty elaborate. And there were some income differences in the colonial world. But these small differences became amplified. Why? Some relatively inconsequential things like the local diseases that didn't matter so much for the indigenous population suddenly had a much different meaning in terms of institutional trajectories when Europeans, with their huge power imbalance, but their lack of immunities, arrived. Industrialization within the colonial world can be understood in the same way, but let me actually talk about industrialization within Europe. Within Asia, within the colonial world, you see these divergences during industrialization. Some countries taking advantage of industrial opportunities, railways, new factories, some others resisting them. Why? Well, again, small differences becoming amplified via institutional trajectories diverging, via different reactions to technologies and how that shapes the path of technology. So the France and the Habsburg Empire weren't that different in the 18th century, but differences in the political dynamics make that the political losers mechanism was much more of a concern for the Habsburg dynasty, or as von Gens, a leading lawmaker, put it, we do not desire at all that the great masses shall become well off and independent. How could we rule over them otherwise? So that meant that these new opportunities were met with greater repression and refusal from the Habsburgs, and not so from France or some other countries, institutional divergence, economic divergence. and institutional responses. For example, during the progressive era, the balance of power shifting back and forth between monopolies and not. But what I want to do is to end by applying this framework to our current questions. And there are so many of them, and they're questions that we could think about and reason, perhaps using this framework, perhaps with others. But one that I think is at the back of the minds of many people is about digital technologies, new inequalities, and the age that may be shaped as the age of AI. So again, let me start thinking about this using the red frontier where we were, and imagine we were at a point like B0, where there are relatively high wages, shared period of growth throughout the 3 decades that followed World War II. And for a variety of reasons, balance of power starts shifting, deindustrialization, unions becoming stronger, weaker, and that's a shift from B0 towards B1. Now think of B1 as favoring the capital owners and the professional workers, the highly educated who become the managers at the expense of manual workers. But the key is, again, technology and shifts of the frontier. So for example, in my work with Pascual Restrepo, we have emphasized how you cannot understand the current period without thinking of automation and how technologies have changed. And automation is particularly important because it shifts tasks away from labor, especially manual, low education workers, towards capital. So it's really shifting and tilting the frontier. And that's what I'm showing here with the blue frontier. It's tilting in favor of capital owners and professional workers and against workers. That's one conceptualization of automation. So now the situation is much worse because you're not just moving along the frontier, but the whole shift is against the manual workers. But age of AI is intensifying these trends. But what I have emphasized in my work, and I firmly believe, and for example, what I have written with Simon Johnson, with Pascual Restrepo, with David Outer, is that AI is a versatile technology. You can use them in many different ways. You can use AI to provide better information to make workers, manual workers, much more productive. That's what we call pro-worker AI. Back to something like the black frontier, which provides a but the fear is that it can also lead to the green frontier, even more distorted, but also not so favorable. This is what we call excessive automation. But not so good for the capitalists and professional workers either. You are not benefiting because it's excessive. You're actually losing some of the productivity. It is a good way of controlling labor. It's not a great thing for labor, but it's not so beneficial either. So there are choices that are political as well as technical about how we develop AI and how we use, which is going to be critical, not just for the distribution of resources, but the critical juncture perspective says about the evolution of institutions. If you create different types of technologies and different kinds of distributions of gains, that also has implications about who's going to be empowered and how democracy will function and so on. So in conclusion, I'm really excited to be here for many reasons, but one of them is to be able to share what I'm really excited about, which is about political economy of institutions and technology. And I think the framework, as well as the summary of the work that I provided, was meant to convey not just that enthusiasm, but that once you start looking at the world through these lenses, you see new commonalities. And there are lessons that we can draw from very disparate episodes, such as the spread of industry, colonial period, for the current age. And I think not just these commonalities, but others will be the heart of the political contributions here. And if we can continue to be part of this journey, Simon, Jim, and I would be amazingly happy. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Daron. Now for the second lecture, and this is going to be given by the second laureate, Simon Johnson. Simon is the Ronald Kurtz Professor of Entrepreneurship at the MIT Sloan School of Management. The stage is yours, Simon.
a professor at MIT Sloan School of Management. And my lecture is called Disease Environments, the Mortality of Europeans and the Creation of Institutions in the Colonial Era.
She was 16 the first time she had her heart broken. Truth is,
So Yuki did come in there in the end. I can maintain this space, Russell says. So he is happy staying out now. Yeah, but that's free air for Alonso as he comes into the DRS straight with Piastri right on his back. As Liam Lawson and Pierre Gasly switch positions there, and that's also Leclerc looking to make an overtake on the Toro Rosso of Liam Lawson. Let's see, double DRS here for both Lawson and Sainz and Leclerc, but Leclerc looks to have the inside line, and he makes that position. He's up into P7, and perhaps soon into P6. Let's see, that is very close. It's happened once. It may happen again. It will happen again, probably. As they go through the technical third sector here, finish line, with now Lawson, with Gasly, sorry, ahead of Charles Leclerc. As Lawson comes into the pits. Ooh, not a good stop there. 4.2 seconds for Liam. In the DRS zone. Let's see as they go into turn 9. It looks like the position is staying. Lawson, radio, the wheels aren't on, mate. Oh, no. Lawson trying to get back to the pits, but it's going pretty quick still. It's going pretty quick. I think it's fine. I think that was from the pits, and that's why the stop was 4.2 seconds, but the car looks fine. Is he going to come back in? Looks fine. Oh, he's coming in then. He is coming in, Lawson. Make the car dropped. The car looks fine. I don't really know what's going on here. Okay, another stop for Lawson, who drops down to the back of the grid. As Ferrari prepare for Sainz. Sainz is coming in, fitting a new set of hards. And that's going to be it to the end for Carlos. Norris, box. Norris coming in at the end of this lap, race leader. Let's see what happened there. Ooh, no, it was the front left. It was the front left. And it wasn't even tight. Found it. Oh, wow, Margaret. Thank you so much for the donation. Wow, very much appreciated there. Oh, yeah, so that wheel was about to come out in turn 3. Wow, that's a huge donation. Thank you so much. That's huge. Yeah. Norris comes into the pits. Let's see what McLaren do. A good stop. Very good stop there for Lando Norris, and McLaren and Mercedes coming as well. Wish I had more money so I could donate. Thank you, Ali. It's not necessary, but thank you. It is fantastic. Russell 2.4 seconds ahead. Ooh, Norris and Sainz. It was a close call though. It was a very close call. 1.6 seconds. So Sainz was going really quick on that outlap. Let's see if something happens here. If he manages to close the gap, Carlos, with the warmer tires. If he makes some magic happen on his last race with Ferrari, Leclerc radio. So now it's plan C. That's a bit optimistic in my opinion. Okay. As Gasly gets ahead of George Russell there. Again. Colapinto unlaps himself. That's true. Genuinely going to misery commentary won't be the same. Thank you, Yes Queen. Yeah, it's thank you. DRS open for Russell. As he tries to get him back, he goes once again, dives around the inside into turn 9. The place for Lervo overtakes this race as he retakes that 6th position. Colapinto box to retire the car. Oh, yeah, it's unfortunately soon after he to encounter a few crashes, some bad luck, and right now his last race he got driven into by Piastri, and I think that screwed up with his diffuser, and now he's retiring the car. Issue. So gearbox problems, power unit problems, both in the same weekend for Williams. That is really not what Carlos wants to see on a team that is coming in to at the start of the season. That is disappointing end to the season. Yeah, no, Sainz is not looking to make a move on Norris. He's 2.7 seconds down now. Oh, hold on, it's 2.2 now. Well, it was 2.7 seconds down. But still, when they both came out, he was 1.4 behind. So the gap is widening now. It's 2.3. Hülkenberg saying it's definitely not a one-stop. Hülkenberg, who made a stop earlier on around lap, I want to say 16, which is well within the window for the 2-stop. Oh. Lawson incident, releasing in an unsafe condition under investigation. Hamilton Team Radio. We've got a plan here for a possible P3, so I reckon we can do this. Okay, that's going to be interesting. 10-second stop go for Lawson. Oof. He's going to have to come in within the next 2-3 laps to serve the penalty. He's already dead last by 13 seconds, and that is out. That is it for him. Let's see, Verstappen serving his penalty now. And there we go. Oh, wow. It was a super quick stop there. It was super quick. But yeah, 13.5 second stop for Max Verstappen, who comes out of the points behind Stroll and Albon, perhaps as well. Let's see about that one. Haas coming in, that's Kevin Magnussen. Second stop, 2.6 seconds. So, yeah, that's probably the final stop for him. Verstappen radio. Who do we ask for 20 seconds? Stupid idiots. Okay. What is the director's obsession with stop and go penalties? New race director. Leclerc's got to pass Hamilton, but somewhere near. Leclerc got past Hamilton, but some near impossible task. Yeah, but Hamilton's in a different strategy, so it may be possible. Leclerc's got clean air. Hamilton's got very worn tires. We'll see. We'll see. Yellow flag on the second sector. Oh, that's a lot of debris. Maybe the Sauber. Ooh, Dios. Yeah, so no, Bottas's front is destroyed. He's got a puncture as well. He's got a puncture and a broken front wing there. Oh, Brian! Holy fuck! Thank you for you and the whole RS team. Thank you, Brian. It's been a pleasure to have you here in the chat, and thank you so much for that donation. That's a lot. Oh, okay, so Bottas, yeah. Okay, so that's what happened. Bottas locked up big time going into 9. And, oh, was it into 9? I think it was into 9 and crashed into the Haas. Yeah, and that's a broken suspension for Bottas as well. He's retiring the car. He's joining Colapinto and Perez here. He's retiring the car. Magnussen, let's see. Isn't that just fucking great, Magnussen says. Yeah, Brian, what a legend. What a legend. Thank you so much, dude. Means a lot. It really does. Yeah, so we need a VSC at least, or a full safety car to sweep the track, because we already know what carbon bits do to cars. We've seen Qatar where we got a few punctures, Carlos Sainz, Hamilton, then a VSC. Now, call it now as Duhan goes through. Come on, call it now. Yeah, Bottas' suspension just is pointing the other way. That car is done. Yeah, the wishbone's disconnected. That car is done. Hamilton not pitting and praying for a red flag. Well, if we get a yellow flag, a BSC or something, it could be beneficial for him. It definitely could. He is still running lap 32 of 58. So pit window for the hards to the mediums is about to open. So it opens at Max Verstappen laps 33. Nice. Yeah, it's just started. So he could come in now and be within the... Yeah, we don't hear you F anymore next year. Well, I'm glad you're happy I'm gone, Shay. Yeah, you will. I'm afraid that some drivers might accidentally hit those debris and cause another yellow flag. Yes, of course, like last weekend. Like, didn't they learn anything? Come on, guys. Okay, so that is Lando coming in. Oh, Piastri's coming in. Piastri coming in. He's going to serve his penalty 10 seconds now. Let's see. No one can touch the car. There we go. Hard tires on. Fastest first sector by Kevin Magnussen as Verstappen now holds the quickest lap of this race. Carlando dominance could please fans, as Andrew Duedes. A nice twist and a classic there. The FIA never learn. They don't. They really don't. It's a pleasure to thank you, Babita. Thank you. Yeah, I am ready. I'm always ready. Are you gonna be gone next year? I need to take a break. Yeah, F1 just doesn't do it that much for me anymore. The season is way too long. Next year, the calendar, I don't really like it. The teams, I don't vibe with them. The contenders, I don't really feel it's gonna be anything relevant to me. I just don't feel it anymore, you know? I feel like F1 has moved away from fans like me in favor of some other fans, more casual viewers, perhaps some more sensationalist viewers. The Las Vegas Grand Prix is everything that's wrong with modern F1, and yeah. Even though I heard it wasn't too bad. They're forbidden to swear, so are you. I never forbid you from swearing. Forbade you from swearing. I never did. You can say whatever you want. Freedom of speech. I may agree or disagree with what you say, but what you say is up to you. Why did Colapinto retire? Because the team called him in. A power unit problem, apparently. What are you going to do then? Do some other stuff on the weekends. Sleep late, sleep in, go out with friends. Well, I still do that, but perhaps, you know, a little more. Wake up and have breakfast whenever I want. Not be hungry on the weekends. I'm gonna watch some other racing series. I'm gonna watch the WEC, which I know it's only, I think, 8 races, but Hamilton came in, by the way, 2.5 second stop on a set of mediums now. Yeah, okay, that's good. There's a bot that times people out for swearing. Oh, well, that wasn't my call. You guys know that wasn't my call. I have no problem with you saying whatever you want to say here in the chat. Yeah. So that's definitely not up to me. I'm not the one who runs the channel. That's a channel policy. Then I cannot gonna say anything about it. Oh, that's Hamilton about to be overtaken by Aston Martin or Fernando Alonso. They're fancying an overtake. That's Verstappen, Alonso, and Hamilton going, wow, all within DRS of each other. Now that's a trio. That's a trio. That's the trio. The best trio in Formula One history, perhaps. The best 3 drivers we've seen in the last 2-3 decades, perhaps. Well, no, actually, it's missing Schumacher, but the last 2 decades for sure, yes. Just logged in. What happened to Perez? He spun, and due to sheer incompetence, decided to retire the car. He called it in. .36 laps in, as Hamilton goes away from Alonso. That was too good to be true. We knew that. We knew that. I don't know who will replace me. I have no idea. There are kids in the chat. You're a bad example. Don't let the kids watch them. The kids swear as well. Kids swear more than we do. That's Max Verstappen coming in on Alonso, dropping him down to P9. Kids swear more than we do. So
the growth. We've also dug more into the history of institutions. And sadly, this knowledge was not converted. The slaves came from and in the countries in a clean way, which is the Inca Empire, the British Empire. Although the British Empire is a very interesting, important, and difficult part of this experience. in the world, including in Western Europe. Some ways those were developed. And we've also spent a lot of time on the United States, because if you took our paper seriously, and I'm glad that some people did, the United States looks pretty good. But of course, the United States modern experience is far from, let's say, good for everyone, and it's far from good in every year. So we've had a major financial crisis. We've had a slowdown in productivity growth. We've had a repeated struggle to benefit from and continue to invest in science. And if I could just put these points together in my last 9 minutes, in summary form for you, and in a way that hopefully is forward-looking, in a way that hopefully drives research agendas, either supporting us or, go for it, knock holes in our research agenda and our propositions. A lot of people have built their careers on that too, and I wish them well. In summary, if I summarize the history of the entire experience, it would go like this: with a few dozen small wooden ships, some Europeans conquered the world and shaped modern institutions to do what they wanted to do. When industry advanced in the 1800s, and of course the ships became a lot larger, the structure of European empires determined today's global division of labor, or if you prefer a blunter version of that, whether you live in a country that makes computer chips and software, or a country that primarily exists by sewing other people's clothes, that comes directly out of the 19th century industrialization experience and where you sat relative to inclusive and extractive institutions at that moment. But today, of course, technology has changed even more, and we have machines, and we have ships, and we have processes that dwarf anything that we've seen in history. And you might think that if you have strong institutions, you're all set. Because after all, you're well positioned to invent new technology.
Guten Tag, willkommen zu einem Tagesschau 24 Extra. Die Menschen in Syrien erleben einen historischen Umstand. So, im Norden können
16 the first time she had her heart broken.
Seconds. He exits behind Yuki Tsunoda, probably ahead of Jack Doohan. So that's B12 for him. Yeah, the final stop has already been made. Thank you, Babita. You will be missed in the meantime of a break. Thanks. I will miss you guys too. You guys need to know that. Oh, it's my. Oh, here it is. Wanted to know what time it was. It's 11. So Oscar Piastri is looking to overtake Stroll. Hey, there we go. Ellie says, I followed the race 10 times. I love your commentary, so you'll miss. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you. Yeah, so there's a lot of guys that are new here. I've been commentating most every race since Spa 2020. Yeah. It's been a while. I made the math. If Ferrari are P1 and P3 and Oscar scores no points, then Ferrari win by 1 point. So as of now, it is not possible for Ferrari to win the championship unless something happens to Norris. Come on, Ferrari, you haven't won a thing since 2007. Since 2008, actually. 2008, they won the Constructors' Championship by default because McLaren was disqualified due to the Spygate scandal. If you remember that one. 2008. We'll replace you for commentary then, mate. Not my problem. Do you think you will pass Sainz on new tires if he stayed out? I think so, yes. So, okay. Norris is perhaps going to go for a 2-stop just to cover themselves to the end of the race. lap 40 out of 58. We got 18 laps remaining. 2007 was Spygate, yeah, but they were penalized in 2008 for it. They got disqualified from the 2008 championship after the court ruling. And fined $100 million. The highest fine in sports history, at least at the time. Joe comes into the pits, though. So that 41 out of 58. Was it 2007, the disqualification? Really? Hold on. Well, being there with DRS, Jack Doohan to overtake Lance Stroll. A bit skittish, that move, a bit erratic. Oh, well, but Ferrari won the constructors. Okay, so 07 they won. Yeah, Ferrari won 08. What was the points? Yeah, Ferrari won in 2008. Oh, okay, so well, yeah, Ferrari won 2008 and 2007. There we go. So lap 42 out of 58 now. Yeah, so they didn't ever clear the debris on the track. Hamilton's now within 0.4 of a second. Oh, wow, Justin Mandarmaki, thank you for your 75 DMs. Very much appreciated. It is, that's huge. Thank you, dude. Yeah, that's Hamilton still not able to close in on Gasly that much. We are about to see perhaps an overtake going into turn 6. Let's see the slipstream as they go through 5. Pretty close, 0.4 of a second between the two. Let's see. Hamilton tries to go around the inside. Yeah, that's a clear-cut move. There we go. That's Norris, Ferrari, Mercedes, Mercedes. Yeah, it's 5 seconds between Norris and Sainz now. The gap is getting wider. I don't think Norris should pit. I think he should stay out and just, yeah, drive it out to the end. Cruise to the flag. How big is the gap ahead again? 14 seconds. Hamilton gets stalled. 14 seconds? You can do that. Well, let's see. Norris and Piastri weren't even born yet the last time Mercedes won the constructors. Nah, they were. Come on. Oh, McLaren. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah. Are you a rocket-powered Mohawk fan? I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. Right now, yeah, it's not enough. It's not even close to enough right now. It's off by around 10 points still. Yeah, so Norris needs to not finish first, and that's how they win the. That's how Ferrari can have a chance at winning. But if Norris finishes first, there's no way, whatever they do, that Ferrari win this. Verstappen takes 7th place from Nico Hülkenberg. Imagine Piastri getting lapped by his own teammate. I mean, as long as that makes them win, sure, go ahead. Like this will look the constructors or not? Like this, yes, but it's not finished. Let's keep pushing. Leclerc radio. Chico, where is you at? Back home. Back home. Go, Alex. His future teammate says Andrew's Reyes. Yeah, Alex is right now in the points. He's P9 for Williams. A weekend that's been a disaster for the team. So a few points would be really good. Would be really good. Thank you, Andrew. Lando crash. Norris. Dios, guys. 5 seconds, the gap between Norris and Sainz. It's not over until it's over. You all know that. You all remember 2021. Come on. Why is everyone supporting Ferrari? Because McLaren, come on. Lando sucks. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much the reason. Thank you for putting it so plainly, Binu. Norris Team Radio. Leclerc, 24 laps, is struggling with the grading, so the next 3 laps could be crucial. Did Lewis pit? Yes, he has. John Center, thank you so much for your donation. Thank you so much, John. Yeah, it's very appreciated. Thank you for supporting the channel, John. Thank you so much. Lewis hadn't won a race before the season. He had a great year. Yeah. Oh, no one's saying he didn't have a good year. Stroll has the opportunity to do something incredibly funny. He does, doesn't he? Alonso gets past Yuki Tsunoda and is up into 10th place. Norris is about to lap Stroll. Come on. Come on. Oh! Ah, that was Piastri, almost losing the car and going into the rear of the Toro Rosso. As Piastri loses... Oh, no, nothing. Yeah, I saw McLaren going off the track and I got excited suddenly. You think Ferrari has a real chance? Hope is the last thing that's lost. Guys, vote Alonso for Rookie of the Year. Every single time. Oh. Ryan, hermano, fue un placer. Gracias por todo. Gracias. Gracias, loco. Un abrazo grande. Okay, let's get back to the rhythm. I don't know what you call the rhythm, but let's get back to the rhythm, Carlos says. Okay, Piastri is still struggling there to overtake Yuki Tsunoda. This race has been quite a clown show. Actually, for an Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, it's been quite interesting. It's been quite interesting. I haven't had to come up with a random topic to fill that air in. Yeah, the entirety of the race. That's good. You think Norris and Sainz need to pit before the end, or should they both risk it? Depends on the traffic. Depends on the traffic. Piastri radio? Stay calm, Oscar. Pace is there. P9 is still on here. Yeah, because every point counts. So they need to get past Yuki Tsunoda there. Last 10 laps of the year, that is true. Come on, Stroll, do a Petro on Norris. Yeah, Stroll still hasn't let Norris through. Let's see. Do a fuck you championship and you will be remembered as a GOAT, Stroll. Piastri up into 11th place. Oh, Max, otra vez, gracias, Ren, por todos tus momentos, por todos tus comentarios. Tarabes de las carreras, éxito en la vida y amor. Saludos, amigos, espero encontrarte en Argentina. Bueno, si venís para Argentina, escribime por Twitter, nos juntamos a tomar algo, loco. Eso sin duda. Abrazo grande. Thank you so much for the donation. If you're ever around, send me a message on Twitter or something, and yeah, we can meet up for a drink or something. Sure, I'll buy you a coffee. For the first time ever, go Stroll. Yes, for the first time ever, go Stroll. This commentary since 2021, time 2021, part-time before fall in 2022, but I hope that you will get comeback commentary in Colapinto gets us in 26. And one day I saw a message in a community notes and to Twitter DM. So yeah, who knows? Who knows?
And how has that land grab taken place? Well, different ways. But here's one example. A law firm called Brigada Norrutia basically facilitated the expropriation of the land, violating many laws in Colombia which govern the allocation of frontier land by creating
That's not the race leader. That's Oscar Piastri, Crofty. What are you saying? Will Williams still on track? Anything can happen. No. You have to look for the driver, not for the... Oh, Stroll just let Norris through without incident. The dirty air is terrible. I'm struggling a lot, Norris says. Ah, nice. Now it's Sainz ahead. Let's see, Yuki Tsunoda is up next for Norris to overtake. Oh. Oh. So you're about to start lap 51 of 58. Nearing the very, very, very end.
a sort of, it ought to be like this. Fathers ought to look after their sons. Sons ought to look after their fathers. So there's some principle involved. So I'm going to call that, there's a kind of normative order in this Confucian case, sort of underpinning what we might call the absence of the rule of law. Okay, but no principle like that seems to be involved in the Colombian case. In the Colombian case, it just seems to be naked self-interest, basically. If I can get away with it, let's grab the land. You know, if I can't get away with it, okay, fine. There's no principle involved. It's just naked self-interest. Okay. I want to ask the question, since I spend a lot of time in Colombia, since my wife is Colombian, is there a normative order in Colombia? I just argued that it's very hard to sort of think about that example as something as being justified by any principles. And I think the answer is yes, there is, but the equilibrium in society mostly is not consistent with that order, meaning an order exists, but people are playing a different equilibrium. I illustrate that just with a bit of research that I've done recently about social norms in Colombia. If you ever hung out in Colombia, you get struck as an outsider by many perverse social norms. And one perverse social norm in Colombia, which was highlighted by this gentleman here on the right in the costume of super citizen, that's the C. He's the former mayor of Bogota, Antanas Mocas. So he used to go around as super citizen. And one thing super citizen did was fight against perverse social norms like no sea sapo. So no sea sapo means don't be a toad, literally. And it's used to correct people who try to stop bad behavior. So let's say I see someone cutting a red light or stealing something or behaving in a socially inappropriate way. I can say, hey, stop doing that. Don't do that. You shouldn't do that. What would happen if I did that? They'd turn around and call me sapo. Don't be a sapo. You're being a sapo. Mind your own business. None of your business. Okay. So Antanas Mocas had a campaign against, said, let's be sapos. It's good to be sapos. It's good to correct socially inappropriate behavior. So what we found in our research, this is research with Leopoldo Ferguson and Jose Alberto Guerra, two colleagues of mine in the University of the Andes in Bogota, what we found is that when you play a game, an experimental game, and you allow people to appeal to this sapo norm, the majority of Colombians believe that if you correct me, I'll call you a sapo. But what's striking is that a vast majority, 80% of people in our data, actually think that's socially inappropriate. They think it's going to happen, but they think it's bad that it happens. So there's a disjunction between the normative order, which is what you think is socially appropriate, and what actually happens, which is, yeah, sure, they'll call you a sapo if you tell on them. Okay, so yeah, there is a normative order in Colombia. It's just that the equilibrium is different. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about this normative order. And I gave you the feeling of that in the Chinese case. Where does that come from? Like, how come the Chinese have those principles and we don't in kind of hyper individualistic Western society? Well, that could be because the Chinese order stems from a different way of thinking about people and society and people's place in society. So a kind of very standard idea about Chinese, what I'll use another fancy word here, which is ontology, which is a part of metaphysics, is about what there is, what there is in society, okay, what exists, okay? And the traditional view amongst philosophers would be, well, in Chinese society, they don't think in this very hyper-individualistic way. People that see themselves in the context of relationships and communities. You don't think of yourself as distinct from your family. You're all part of the same thing. It's kind of unimaginable to think of yourself as an individual disconnected from your family. And you could think of that as being the sort of foundations for that normative principle that Confucius outlined. Now, going back to the regression and going back to the data, you might think, okay, there's a lack of rule of law in that context. Couldn't that be bad for the economy? And I think the answer, and that's what our research shows, is yes, it could be bad. It could be bad. It could be bad for the economy. That there are trade-offs in that context. Okay, it's bad for the economy in the Colombian case. It's bad for the economy in the Chinese case. So there are trade-offs. But of course, underneath it, there's a very different idea of what's creating that trade-off. And a lot of my work in Africa in the last 25 years, I think you can think of it through this lens of trade-offs, trying to understand institutional equilibria in African society, trying to understand the political, the cultural underpinnings of equilibria. Why are African countries poor? What could you do to improve these institutions? What's the logic of these institutions? I think in many cases, when I step back and think about that, there are these trade-offs. Okay, so let me give you one example of a trade-off from the work that I did in the Democratic Republic of Congo with Sarah Lowe's, Nathan Nunn, and John Weigel. We studied the Kuba Kingdom. Okay, so the Kuba Kingdom was a pre-colonial state which emerged in the 1620s. It was created by a political entrepreneur called King Siam. And I want to talk about the trade-off in the institution he created as a way of thinking about why Africa might be poor in many ways. Okay, but to do that, I need to tell you a little bit about African society. Okay, I use this complicated word ontology. Here's a philosopher talking about the ontology of African society. So Placide Tempels was a Belgian cleric, who was probably the first Westerner who really thought seriously about the way Africans think about the world and tried to understand from their perspective, how does the world look, and in what sense is that different from the way the world looks to us? So here's Temples. He says, the concept of separate beings which find themselves side by side, entirely independent of one another, is foreign to Bantu thought. Why does he say Bantu? Well, he worked in Southern Democratic Republic of Congo amongst the Luba people, so he was thinking about people who use Bantu languages, who have kind of cultural elements in common, which comes from this historical Bantu expansion in Africa. Okay, the Bantu hold that created beings preserve a bond one with another, an intimate ontological relationship. Okay, so the concept of separate beings is foreign to Bantu thought. It's similar to Chinese people thinking of themselves in terms of relationships and collectivities. Okay, and I think it's very important in understanding African society to understand that kind of worldview, you could say, and how it's institutionalized through kinship groups, through clans, and through this notion of wealth in people, that the most fundamental thing is people. Okay, and I always like to illustrate that with a board game. I don't know if the chemists were talking about board games this morning. They seem very keen on board games. But here's a board game which is common in Congo, all over Africa. This is an example from the British Museum. It's from Ghana, where they call this game Wari. In Congo, it's called Mancala. And without going into details, you take the cowrie shells, you distribute the cowrie shells. There's two players, and each player has a base, one on the left, one on the right. And the objective is you move the cowrie shells and you capture the cowrie shells of the other player, and you put them in your base. Okay. Let me point out a few things about this and contrast it to chess. So first of all, the cowrie shells are all the same, and the objective of the game is to capture the cowrie shells of the other person and bring them into your team. Okay, you accumulate them and you bring them into your team. Think about chess. Chess, you have a hierarchy. There's the king and the queen and the bishops and the knights and the pawns, and your objective is to obliterate the other team, kill them, knock them off the board, and capture their territory. Okay, so I always think the difference between Mancala and chess is a beautiful metaphor for the difference between African society and Eurasian society. You don't want to kill people and knock them off the board. You want to bring them into your team because people are valuable and there's wealth in people. So go back to the Kuba Kingdom. Here's King Siam. This is a statue of King Siam. It's called an Ndop. And the person who formed the Kuba Kingdom in the 20s, he's sitting in front of a Mancala board. That's his emblem. The great historian Jan van Sina called it his emblem. Okay, why is he sitting in front of a Mancala board? Okay, because it symbolizes the social that built the state in the 17th century. He said, okay, I'm building a state, I'm building a centralized political institution, but I'm doing it in a way which is consistent with the fundamental normative order in society, which is symbolized by the Mancala board. Okay, so this was a particular sort of state. Okay, it was a state which incorporated this principle. What does that mean institutionally? What does it mean in practice? It means that kinship groups and clans were merged with the state. That's what anthropologists call a segmentary state. Okay, in Western society, following the tradition of Max Weber, we think that when you build a state, you get rid of the kinship, you get rid of family, no, you don't. You merge it all together. Okay, so did that cause trade-offs? Sure. Political science is full of discussions of trade-offs. I want to talk about a particular trade-off that we discovered in our work in Congo, which is related to the rule of law. So when King Sham did this, it was a very ambivalent event. Okay, and the ambivalence of this is actually recorded in the oral history. So in the oral history of the formation of the Kuba Kingdom, King Sham, first of all, has to make himself head of a clans. Okay, he was forming the clans into a state and merging them. He had to become head of a clan. How did he do that? Well, there was already a head of a clan. He had to kind of overtake this chap. How did he do that? Well, that person who was head of the clan had to anoint him. So he hid under a rubbish dump. The head of the clan walked past, saw the rubbish, he spat on the rubbish. King Sham was anointed. Then there was a competition. They all had to get a hammer. They were going to throw the hammers into this lake, and whoever's hammer floated was going to be the person who could bring the kingdom together. What did King Sham do? He cheated. He got some balsa wood, he put some foil on top. Everyone else had an iron hammer. They threw the hammers sunk, his floated. So the oral history records King Sham formed a kingdom, but he cheated. Now that's very different from British political history. I don't know about Swedish political history. And it symbolizes the ambivalence that people felt towards this creation of this institution that could have threatened the fundamental normative order of society. And what we found in our research is that Kuba people are actually much less committed to abstract rule of law than other people. As a legacy, in my interpretation, as a legacy of this ambivalent creation of an institution. Okay, so there's a normative order there. The Kuba Kingdom might not be like modern Britain, but there's a logic to the way it was constructed, which reflects the principles of African society. Okay. Now, that's not to say that African societies are trapped into poverty by their normative orders. In fact, the world changes, normative orders changes, and in fact, it's obvious, and this is some work that Daron and I have been doing for the last few years, that any society has multiple normative orders, even if one of them might be hegemonic at a particular time. There's different ways of thinking about the organization. There's different ways of rationalizing things. There's different arguments you can use, okay? And in fact, if you look at the emergence of economic growth, whether it be in Britain since 1688, after the Glorious Revolution, that we studied in our work on Atlantic trade with Simon, that we studied in our book, Why Nations Fail, you see a lot of what's going on there is actually a reorganization of the normative order. It's a kind of reorganization of the principles that justify particular institutions and particular ways of doing things, okay? And what I'm going to show you is it's actually the case in Africa, successes in Africa, contemporary successes in Africa. Those two are based on reorganizing their normative orders, okay? So let me tell you a little bit about the Glorious Revolution, okay? So I've been telling this story a lot in the last couple of months, but The first day Daron and I met, which was probably about March 1992. I don't remember the exact date, and we didn't have mobile phones in those days, so I can't recover it. The first thing we talked about 20 minutes after my job talk, unsuccessful job talk, had many of those. The first thing we talked about 20 minutes after my unsuccessful job talk, was a paper by North and Weingast, Barry Weingast and Doug North, on the implications of the Glorious Revolution in 1688. We walked out of the old St. Clement's building at the London School of Economics, and he looked at me and he said, "Have you read this paper by North and Weingast?" And I had, it turned out. So we've since then done a lot of research, and with Simon, on these political transitions that took place in early modern Western Europe, and tried to understand the connection to institutional change and economic growth. Okay, and what's interesting at the time of the Glorious Revolution was there were multiple normative orders. So if I just think about the political sphere, there were different ideas about legitimate political authority. There was James II, who was in power, who was kicked out of England by the Glorious Revolution, who had a model of the divine right of kings. James II claimed he had inherited legitimacy and the throne from God, and he didn't have to be accountable to anybody. On the other hand, there was a completely different normative order, popular sovereignty, where people said, no, that's not right at all. Okay, if you read John Locke's two treatises of government, Locke spends the entire first treatise basically trying to demolish the idea that anyone got any authority to rule Britain from God. Okay, so having cleared that out of the way, he moves on to what does popular sovereignty look like, and what does the organization based on popular sovereignty look like? So those two normative orders, sort of justifications for how society and how political authority should be organized, they contested each other. They fought. There was a civil war. There was a revolution, and popular sovereignty won. James II disappeared to France, and William of Orange became King of England. Okay. Now, when you look at that, it was a political conflict, but it happened in a very specific cultural context. There was a reorganization of society. It was highly innovative, but it was justified as simply recreating the great myth of, British liberty or English liberty. Okay, so the Bill of Rights, which was passed the year after the Glorious Revolution, states, whereas the late King James II did endeavor to subvert and extirpate the laws and liberties of this kingdom. Okay, so nothing original was happening, nothing innovative, just restoring the traditions of the British people. Okay, and what I want to emphasize about that is the way in which this conflict took part, using the sort of tools or the cultural tools that people had in Britain. The parts of the normative order. Sure, they reinvented it, but they had to justify it with the concepts at hand. I think you see that in lots of these instances. Even Confucius, for example, if you read Confucius, you read the Analects, you see that Confucius specifically says he's not proposing anything new. He's just trying to recreate the proper way that society should be governed, which goes back to the Zhou emperors. The Meiji Restoration, okay? Another tectonic institutional change in 19th century Japan, faced with the threat of European colonialism and annexation, was a radical change in institutions, but it was made out as just a simple restoration of the monarchy back to its true position. So using the sort of cultural tools that the Japanese had to reinvent their society, to reinvent their normative order. Okay, and I think when I look at these examples, when we have studied these examples of successful countries in the world, countries that have changed their institutions and moved out of poverty, as Simon was saying, I think they have a lot of this flavor. So the first country I worked in kind of seriously in sub-Saharan Africa 25 years ago was in Botswana. The three of us wrote an early paper trying to understand the paradox of Botswana, because at the time we wrote that paper, Botswana was actually the fastest growing economy in the world for the previous 30 years. Not South Korea, this is the late 1990s, not Singapore, not not China, Botswana. Okay, so we tried to understand how could a country in sub-Saharan Africa be the world's most successful economy over the previous 30 years. And I think what we discovered is that Swana political elites in the 1960s had brilliantly reinvented many of the traditional institutions and got them to work in the context of a post-colonial nation state. And let me just mention one, which is the hotla. So the hotla is the sort of traditional meeting place, council place of the Swana peoples, okay? And here's a photograph from a Norwegian anthropologist at the University of Bergen called Ornulf Gulbrandsen from a recent book of his. And here's a meeting of the Hotla today. So this is a traditional institution. We have observations of the functioning of the Hotla back in the 1820s and 1830s from early missionaries. And it was the place where people, adult males, everybody today meets to question officials, question the chief, to demand accountability, to deliberate, to try to understand what's going on. So the genius of post-colonial political elites was to take this thing and embed it in the modern state. Okay, when they built the capital of Gaborone in the early 1960s, it was in land, British had never governed what was then Bechuana land from the colony itself. They governed it from South Africa. They had to build a capital city. When they built the capital city, they built hotlas. This is the more traditional one. But who's that chap standing up there with a suit? Okay, that's a civil servant. What's he doing? He's up there being questioned, being interrogated, justifying the policy. What are we doing? So they took this institution and they reinvented it in this post-colonial state, and they changed many other things too. Okay, another of my favorite example that I've been studying for the last few years is Somaliland. Okay, so Somaliland is the former British protectorate of Somalia in the north of the country of Somalia. So when Somalia became a nation in the 1960s, it merged. I won't start talking about that process because it's highly contested in Somalia and Somaliland. But let me just say, since 1991, Somaliland has basically been an independent, autonomous country. And it's reinvented itself. Okay, it reinvented itself. It innovated new institutions in its own cultural context. Give you one example from the Borama conference 31 years ago, where clan elders met and they built state institutions. They designed state institutions from scratch. How did that work? It worked representing clans. So the Senate in Somaliland today, called the Gurti, represents 82 clan elders. Okay, so of course, I don't want to say this is all consensual. I talked about the Glorious Revolution. That was a political conflict. So these cases are more consensual, but obviously the world doesn't change in a necessarily consensual way. And of course, one of the most difficult problems that the post-colonial world faces today is there may be many normative orders in a country like Nigeria. Here's two of the local normative orders in two places I worked in, Umucheze and Leja in eastern Nigeria. And here's a quote from Chinua Achebe, the great Igbo writer. The owner of the village, the owner was the village, and the village had a mind. It could say no to sacrilege. That's the normative order. But in the affairs of the nation, there was no owner, and the laws of the village became powerless. Meaning at the local level, there is a normative order. There is a reason. There is a legitimate way things work. But how do you aggregate that to the national level? Okay. I'm not sure I have time to talk about this figure. But let me just say, I started to motivate this by asking, how do poor countries with poor institutions, like a weak rule of law, poor property rights, different sorts of property rights, how do they improve those institutions? I think the main point I'm trying to get across here is we need to unpack the logic of those institutions. We need to understand how institutions fit into the local society, fit into people's understanding of the local society, fit into their ontologies, their world views. And I think that means the nature of the problem to improve institutions is very different. The nature of the problem to improve institutions in Colombia is very different from the nature of the problem in many parts of Africa, where there is a normative order in Somaliland, in Botswana, at a local level in Nigeria. But that order needs to be scaled up, maybe. It could be in Somaliland or Botswana, much harder to do that in Nigeria. And maybe it needs to be reinvented too, but that's okay. That just has to happen in a legitimate local context. And I note here, I didn't talk much about politics, but these are all very deeply political problems. And my last slide, I promise. Okay, I think I'm on minus something. What is this talk? You know, path towards the periphery. I gave a practice talk to some PhD students in Chicago, and they said, "What's that about? Like, can you get a better title than that? Completely obscure." Okay, but there's a point to engage with your country, understand their institutions on their own terms. How do people say the world? And it's created many societies, different parts of the world. And yes, some of them are poor and some of them are rich, and that's a very compelling problem, especially for people in poor countries. But what we do about that, those institutions. So that's it.
Oh, thank you so much, Jim. And thanks to Daron and Simon. Please come up. Here in the front. Thank you so much for a fascinating and inspiring 3 lectures. It's been a wonderful afternoon here, I'm sure, for all of us. And I'm so glad also that you really have demonstrated the width and the broadness of the area that we call the economic sciences. So thank you so much.
Gary, what did he have?
on every.
She was 16 the first time she had her heart broken. Truth is, I've never had mine. Now she goes on vacation in expensive places to get away from her mind. I don't mean to be rude. There's things in myself that I see in you. Lonely eyes. She was 16 the first time she had her heart broken. Truth is, I've never had mine. Now she goes on vacation in expensive places to get away from her mind. I don't mean to be rude. There's things in myself that I see in you. Lonely eyes, she had those lonely eyes. I only know 'cause I have them. Lonely eyes, no, you don't have to hide the things you feel inside. I'm only just like you. I'm only just like you. Asking all the silence, look to our islands, where you are right there. Must be different, very much more differences, where you are right there. I don't mean to be rude, there's things in myself that I see in you. Lonely eyes, she had those lonely eyes. I only know 'cause I have them too. Lonely eyes, no, you don't have to hide the things you feel inside. I feel it too. 'Cause I'm only just like you. 'Cause I'm only just like you. 'Cause I'm only just like you. Stay the night, stay the way, when you're gone, I don't sleep. When you're gone, I feel weak. Stay the night, stay the week. When you're gone, I don't sleep. When you're gone, I feel weak. Lonely orange, she don't waste your time here. We say goodbye. Tell me it's over. It's hard to the glass, burning a freedom now. Think of me. Think of me. Think of me. Remember to slow down. 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 Think of me. Think of me. Think of me when you're out there. Think of me when you're out there. Think of me when you're out there. Is it what you want? Did you even try? I can see you fall. It's the last time that I turn a blind eye. I can see your fading like a memory. And I'm tired of waiting. It's the last time that I let you leave. How deep is shallow water? How high is your heart? I feel it pull me under. Just another touch. How deep is shallow water? How high is your heart? I feel it pull me under. Just another touch. Yeah, I got my head down, and I can't see now. No, and it pulls me out. Can't see the light from the dark. I know. How deep is shallow water? How high is your heart? I feel it pull me under. Just another touch. How deep is shallow water? How high is your heart? I feel it pull me under. Just another Take your time, it's all that you have to give. Make this life, it's all that you have to spend. And forget everything that you love. Love, don't wait, there's no way back.
This is still Fiona. Important moment. We had.
Show me what it is to fly, and I only need you by my side. 'Cause you show me what it is to fly.
Everybody.
She was 16 the first time she had her heart broken. Truth is, I never had none. Now she goes on vacation in expensive places to get away from her mind. I don't mean to be rude. There's things in us that I see in you. Lonely eyes, she had those lonely eyes. I only know 'cause I have them too. Lonely eyes, no you don't have to hide. If you need to feel inside, I feel too. I'm lonely just like you. 'Cause I'm lonely just like you. Asking all of the silence between our islands. Where you are, I'm right there too. We might speak different languages, and we might have differences. But where you are, I'm right there too. I don't mean to be rude. There's things in myself that I see in you. Lonely eyes, she had those lonely eyes. I only know 'cause I have them too. Lonely eyes, no you don't have to hide. The things you feel inside, I feel when you're gone, I feel weak. Oh, stay the night, stay the week. When you're gone, I don't sleep. When you're gone, I feel weak. Oh, lonely always, she drive out there, complete apart from the last lap. It was a champion's drive.
Fred, your driver said this winter has been brilliant to speak to you throughout the season, and Baku especially was an absolute champion drive.
I'm very proud of the whole team.
Of turn 6. Now, not all of them.
爱凋零的温存，爱去哪，在回忆里万丈。想把你抱进身体。He's so high that you can't get it. Honey, everybody do. Everybody. Out of the ocean. I see you in slow motion. Where am I without you? Where am I without you? I can't breathe without you. Where am I without you? I can't breathe. I can't breathe without you. Where am I without you? Out of the ocean. Water flows over my skin. I see you in slow motion. When I begin. Who am I without you? Where am I without you? I can't breathe Who can feel as you touch in the cold air of the morning? I felt real around you. Bring me back to a time when love was something. Is it what you wanted? Did you even try? Last time I told it last night, you're fading. Like a memory. I'm tired of waiting. So last time I let you leave. I shallow water. How high is the fire? And it pulls me out. I see the light from the dark. I know how high is too high. Just another time. Take your time. It's all that you have to give. Make this life. It's all that you have to spend. Hey, forget everything that you love. Love away. There's no way back.
Recipe and thinks that it'll just be fine. Take it with you. So for a really long time, and I was telling her that watching your videos while I'm
She was 16 first.
7 multiple winners, it's broken records. The top 4 teams all have a 1-2. It's been a record-breaking season, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
Both have had incredible careers.
Talking.
So, proud of what we've achieved, both personally and as a team.
啊！天呐！一个麻辣火锅，我的天呐，踩过来踩过去，我的天！嗨，亲爱的朋友们，of my YouTube channel, I'm finally back. 我 in my study live stream gonna speak three languages, and one is one is German, and another one is is Chinese, and I feel like inconfident, and another one is my bachelor academic writing language, which is German. And following by Professor Steiner is not issued Professor Steiner, but he's and today there are a lot of things happening, and I have not get enough SD card memory in memory card, so that I cannot send message to get the message from my family member. And today is the second one, which is very important and means the start on allocation. I don't know, but to be honest, I really need urgently go to outside, but I don't really want because now it's really dark outside, and I also as well need to review everything, but I sadly cannot open good notes, and I must transfer the data, and because of the soul control and etc. those kind of problem, I don't think that is very reasonable. And yeah, I don't know what to tell, and every time or since I go outside, even in this apartment building, and it was not very much beneficial and so for my own purpose, so that's quite problematic. But whatsoever, today there are several lectures from NBP, this kind of prize, and I only focused on my major relevant speak. But I think I don't know much more detail, even that is generated from like similar familiar environments. But and I don't have that much feeling actually, and I only think if it is relevant with me, and I will have the energy for the videos which I the lives which I open, because even I don't have that much follow fans in my YouTube channel. I continue to do this. I hope one day I can sufficiently continue study for several hours. I just every time since I open the study laptop, I get distracted by several things, and so to say. And, otherwise, today's special day is December, and which I consider whether I ordering Pizza Hut, like the word of pizza, and to kind of celebrate this semester. I really think that my behavior should design in a way which adjusted to my course gonna accomplish, and I have not felt that before, and I don't know in which kind of relation that should be happening, but I don't know. And so I just waiting for a little bit the ramen be finished cooked, and gonna consider whether to order some Chinese foods and or all the pizza guy, and that would be very beneficial. And otherwise, I don't have much thing to interpret. Yeah. So yeah. I found one thing interesting for my coming presentation, that is about the natural selection process, which which I don't know whether to add the selection as thing into the searching process, but I do think that it's really very much interesting. Like if you think about Asian scientists, that their point of view toward this kind of naturalization, which yeah, which got several pictures actually from my last living area. That area that from the neighbor in the near university area, because once I got that thinking state, which they are run away from a certain thing, and their soul is so frustrated, and I really don't know why they still hold this kind of position. But whatsoever, and they are wrong way. I don't think that really matters, and it could be potentially linked with some Korean temple, and which not best university. And then I got this article from Nature. I really thankful for that. Really, somehow I'm passing of the searching process, which I currently, and otherwise, there's nothing more to tell. I really interested in the eat there, and I don't know, but yeah, since only the like professor like professor, yeah, they said that they have that potential to go to those kind of places to eat, and otherwise just eat some donuts, and I don't think it's reasonable to. And today the nature is totally shut down, and there are no actual article journal, and because today as well the Sunday and publish something, but the Sunday, especially the second Advent, and I requested one sharp description, descriptive panties. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, towards which a state that is very unnaturalized, so to say, that is, yeah. But we're gonna find it afterwards, combine the eco publishers and the nature, and to see whether they have new ideas about how this kind of naturalization process can be re 哇，天哪！
else gonna do next. Didn't know until I saw your face. I was missing out on every moment. If you weren't, baby, I'll be too. Would you mind if I said I'm into you? So if it's real, then darling, let me know. I wouldn't mind if you still show. You and I, we all together. The sky, I'll be the weather. The sun rain. Summer night, perfect occasion. Where am I? You know I'll be waiting for you. For you. So if it's real, then darling, who is this guy? If you still show. You shine forever. I swear. You shine. You shine. It's still true. Watch this.
In a quarter of a century, McLaren are Formula One world.
是否已放下？再讨也不会的成为怎样的模样？谁可以告诉我要怎么前走？难道只有我觉得心在痛？无止境的追求，却迷失在城市角落。谁可以告诉我是怎样的结果？才是能忘却相爱的所有？爱的时候，你再也不曾想起我。难道只有我觉得？难道只有我觉得？难道只有我觉得？难道只有我觉得？难道只有我觉得？难道只有我觉得？难道只有我觉得？难道只有我觉得？难道只有我觉得？难道只有我觉得？嘿，午后的雨落下，还不断刺痛的伤，原来它从未有结痂。你是否已放下？再头也不回的钟，会怎样的模样？无人驾驶在车厢里面吞下了排油器，没有脸孔，没一点缺陷，宛如一片林间。闭上眼，进入虚拟世界，看着泪滴光线，闪烁着梦想的记号，还是新的岁月。有一天我们会遇见，别在乎我是谁，我没有伤脑和孤寂疲倦，也能冒险对我说，卸下所有伪装，带我走，让我们勇敢的流浪，直到有一天我们再遇见，不需要再想念。你在我身边。从梦回来的车厢里面，调皮人的差别，我有仅存的不可磨灭，是最爱的眷恋。闭上眼，进入虚拟世界，泛着泪，滴光线，闪烁着梦想的记号，还是新的岁月。直到有一天我们会遇见，别在乎我是谁，我没有伤脑和孤寂。I will head across the world. It's your face I've been thinking. I try to build another fortress, but it's your heart that keeps me on. And in my head, there's a night call. The winds might change, like the two of me. She was She was 16 the first time she had her heart broken. I paid my due. I shed some blood. Tried holding on, but my heart's good. Now I see it clear. The dust is gone. I paid my dues. So when it's all no matter who inside out, I really want you. 'Cause I know what it feels like to only show you. No matter who inside out, I really want you. 'Cause I know. Dust is gone. I will head across the world. It's your fate. I'll be a giant billionaire fortune. Scar keeps on. And in my head, where the night comes, there is my change. I become I'm falling to pieces again. I'm falling to pieces again. Sit here and sad. I can't find the same thing to say. Can you open so
Wenn Pius Paschke so die Faust ballt, dann ist er wieder ganz oben mit dabei. Als Sieger der Qualifikation am zweiten Tag von Wisla springt er als letzter im ersten Durchgang. Vorher schauen wir erstmal auf Andreas Wellinger, Sechster in der Quali.
Was macht der Andreas Wellinger? Er konzentriert sich, setzt den Telemark und er ist auf jeden Fall im Rennen im zweiten Durchgang.
Andreas Wellinger mit diesem 131-Meter-Satz schafft er Rang 7 nach dem ersten Durchgang. 3 Österreicher vorn, Kraft, Hörl und Schofenig. Aber da ist ja noch einer oben. Pius Paschke.
Quali-Sieger. Gut. Als Stefan Kraft für Stefan Holger eben Pius Paschke im Pius Paschke für Andi mit besiegt. Dazu die Landung ist als die anderen gehabt. Pius Paschke.
Ich gang mit 106.
She was 16 the first time she had her heart broken. Truth is, I've never had mine. Now she goes on vacation in expensive places to get away from her mind.